time. We have a number of these issues that are being raised, so we'll only allow 5 members to have for matters of national importance. From the communication, yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and honourable members. Madam Speaker, we respect your advice and the way the House should have that debate. And indeed, we enjoy a debate where it is so fruitful and there's a good engagement on both sides. But where we get a challenge, my prayer to you, through you to the front bench, you see, ministers have that capacity because they are ahead of us, they are the ones on the front bench. When they are raising issues, we always seek for clarification. And the clarification must be admitted by them. Madam Speaker, for all the ministers, majority of them, they don't want to seek clarification from them. But we always want to find out what they are saying based on what they are reporting. We used to have the Prime Minister here. I will also refer, we have said, Jacob Olanya, the way he was giving us from here, the way we were doing it. Even he had the Mama Mbabas here, the Prime Minister. He could sit there and say, no, honourable members, I'm going to give you. Then we could sit, and he could say, can I listen to all those clarifications? And we could raise our clarifications, and we'd respond to them. But Honourable Speaker, where we become rowdy, and we fail to control ourselves, ministers rushing to air out their reasoning and their views without listening to the backer bench. The backer bench must be addressed professionally by ministers. That's why I like Honourable Bahati very much. When you see clarification, you say, Honourable Member, calm a little. Then later he says, Honourable Song come in. But Honourable Speaker, if the front bench does not accept, when they refuse clarification, I will go for order.
The message has been taken, Prime Minister.
So kindly, Madam Prime Minister, through the Speaker, and above all, you should be the first one to accept clarifications. You are fond of refusing them, but they are for your good. And
who is you?
Eh?
Who is you? I said, let's have respect for each other. You can say, above all, the Prime Minister.
Above all, the Prime Minister, no Speaker, accept clarifications. Otherwise, you are fond of rejecting them.
No, we will have clarifications because we need clarity in whatever we discuss. So we'll have clarification where we can, and where the minister or anybody is not ready, we'll give time for a clarification to be made. Maybe the next day. Yes? Sam?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Opio Samuel from Colin North. Mine is more of a procedural issue. Yesterday you guided that we need to clock in when we come in and also to clock out. I happen to have clocked in today, and the time that is being showed on the clocking system is 1 a.m., 1st January 1970. So I request that this matter be corrected so that we can appropriately clock in. And when I look at the different clocking systems, they're showing different times. Thank you.
That's a very good observation, Sam. We are going to handle it immediately. The clerk should handle that immediately. Commissioner, do you have anything to say? I thought
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication, especially on decorum, on the floor of Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to thank you for the recently concluded training that you provided to us as members of Parliament, and to which we all benefited and learned something. However, Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to request that you cannot only learn once. We should have smaller trainings in smaller groups, in our different political organizations, and also together, so that, Right Honourable Speaker, we keep learning and learning and learning. Because as you are aware, we have new members of Parliament, we have members of Parliament who are old, but who are also still need to learn like me. So everybody, learning is a continuous process. So much as we had one training, Right Honourable Speaker, I request that we should not end at that. We should try to make it a continuous process so that members keep learning and following the rules of procedure so that we have a better house that is not going to work but to run in this session that we are starting. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
In most of these things, you even learn by attending. I mean, learning how to behave to people, do I have to take you to class? The presumption is that we are all above Essex. That's the presumption. Yes, matters of national importance. Is it on the communication? Honorable Semuju?
Madam Speaker, I am seeking guidance. Yesterday, you granted me leave because I was raising a matter of national importance, and you granted me leave to bring evidence to present today. I don't know whether this is the time for me to present it. If you allow, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, this matter, as I wrote to your office, I present it under Rule 49 and 44 of our Rules of Procedure. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, can government, and specifically the Ministers of Defence and Foreign Affairs, brief Parliament on complaints raised by some of the leaders of Democratic Republic of Congo, especially relating to the events of June 13th, when the rebels of M23 captured Bunagana. The Speaker of the DRC National Assembly, Right Honorable Christophe Mboso Nkodia, on June 15th, accused Uganda of backstabbing their forces at Bunagana and vowed that they will not allow the agreement with Uganda to have a joint military operation in Eastern DRC that is due for renewal to be renewed. And I am quoting him as is quoted on the parliamentary website of DRC. Even before these troops, M23, did what they did, we said following the pact that President Museveni's son, Lieutenant General Moses Kainerugaba, signed with Rwanda, we are not letting this agreement pass.
Honorable Semuju, you asked for the information, give me the information, and then we'll ask the Prime Minister to respond. Laid on table.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I may not have to read everything. I have attached all the necessary documents.
Yes, lay it on table.
Finally, Madam Speaker, the second part of this matter of national importance relates to Ethiopia, where we are also accused of training in Karamoja of the Tigray rebels who are fighting the government, a matter that has been widely captured.
Please lay the document and you will have a response to that effect. The Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, of course the rule requires that I read what I am laying, if the Prime Minister can be patient. So the documents I am laying, one is a report in the East African. It can even be accessed on www.theeastafrican.co.ke.
Please lay the document.
The second report is a report called the Fast Forward, relating to Ethiopia and the tweets by the tweeting journal. Madam Speaker, as you have guided, I lay both this information. I was just providing more sources just in case anyone wants to read on his own. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker.
Please lay. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker, government of Uganda is not training any rebel groups in any part of this country, neither outside the country. And two, I want to commit that the Minister for Defense will come here with a report and reiterate.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We need a report from the minister to that effect. So after understanding the whole thing, we can't debate on what we are just saying now. We've not internalized the document. We don't know what it is, whether it is true. We will even need an authenticated answer from the other country for us to be able to know that this is a resolution of Parliament. Yes. Moijuche?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I stand on a matter of national importance.
Okay, we are on matters of national importance. Well?
Right Honourable Speaker, as you may recall, this House, by resolution of Parliament, adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry on the fuel crisis in this country. At that time, Right Honourable Speaker, a litre of fuel was averaging 5,000 shillings. Today, fuel goes for between 6,000 and 7,000 across the country. The same time, the same litre of fuel goes for an equivalent of 3,700 and 4,700 in our neighboring countries. If you go around town, the observed reduced traffic jam is evidence that some people have parked their cars and started walking or limited their journeys. Right Honourable Speaker, these high prices have an effect on the cost of production, cost of doing business, cost of education, and cost of transport. Madam Speaker, this may get worse. Kenya will be holding its general elections on the 9th of August 2022, and Uganda's largest share of petroleum products arrives in the country through Kenya. To this effect, Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to give a notice that next week I want to move a motion asking the Parliament, inviting Parliament to make a resolution on asking the Minister to give us a plan in case there is, in respect to the Kenyan elections, what plan it is in case we get what we have seen in the past, the post-election violence. But for today, Right Honourable Speaker, my prayers are two. One, that the Minister responsible for energy informs the House on what steps government has undertaken, if any, to implement the resolution of Parliament that was done and I have referred to above. And finally, the Minister for Energy explains how she is planning or is dealing with the current skyrocketing fuel crisis in the country. I submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mojuche. But honourable members, I want all of us to do research before you bring anything. Most of these issues that are being raised, like the fuel prices, have external factors to that effect. They have external factors. It's not only affecting Uganda. The issue would be, how ready are we in terms of our reserves? Now that Kenya is going for election, what plans do we have as a country? And what plans do we have to ensure that we see how to regulate the fuel prices? Prime Minister?
Right Honourable Speaker, you have rightly put it that all that we are going through now are a result of external factors. which were exacerbated by the wars in Ukraine and Russia. But Honorable Speaker, there are a number of things we are putting in place as a government. One, to have an external route, another external route into the country on the waters. The other is through Tanzania, when we probably get a problem this other side of our sister country, Kenya. But Honorable Speaker, we have always told our people to remain frugal, because all that is bringing fuel prices to increase are external. I will request the Minister for Energy to come up with a comprehensive paper such that Parliament can ably be informed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll need a report on how ready we are as a country in terms of our reserves. The report which was brought to this house said the reserves had nothing. Lady?
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Make your issue very short, not reading a whole pamphlet.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware that Section 17(2) of the Public Finance Management Act requires that a vote that does not expend money that was appropriated to that vote for the financial year shall at the close of the financial year shall repay that money back to the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker, you recall that sometimes back I raised a concern in this House pointing to the fact that the Minister of Public Service and the local government ministry had taken too long to provide guidelines, including the human resource structure for the operationalization of the cities created. And Right Honorable Speaker, much as later on the Minister of Public Service provided that guideline which we had requested for, especially on the structures, the ministry did not go ahead to provide the job descriptions for the positions that were created. And as a result, the cities were not able to go ahead with the recruitment processes for the positions provided. Right Honorable Speaker, I am bringing this because recently Gulu City returned back to Treasury a total of 4,401,062,129 shilling. And this, out of this total amount that was returned, a total of 2,584,589,383 shilling was meant for salary. Right Honorable Speaker, Gulu and all the other cities cannot go ahead to have these recruitment exercises done unless the ministry provides their proof job descriptions for these positions created under the human resource structures that the ministry has provided for the cities. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, pray that, one, Parliament should intervene in this matter and cause the Minister of Public Service to expeditiously provide the approved job descriptions for the positions under the approved structures for the cities to enable these cities go ahead and carry out the recruitment. Two, Parliament should give a specific time frame within which these actions be taken and a report be given back to Parliament. But finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I think there is need for tougher actions to be taken on those whose inactions hamper implementation of programs that are planned for a specific financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether the Minister of Public Service, and I do not know for how long they are going to continue with this kind of sluggishness, and I'm not sure whether they know how much impact this is negatively putting on the cities. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that this Parliament will pay a lot more attention to the plight of the cities created in the spirit of enhancing service delivery to the citizens in the cities. Thank you very much. And I have documents that I would like to table.
Which document
evidence.
is that?
I have a copy of the approved structures. I have breakdowns of the return monies.
Read one by one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have this document as proof of the structures that the ministry provided. I also have a breakdown of the unspent balances for Gulu City, and I would like to provide them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Minister for Public Service, you provided the guidelines. You asked for people to be recruited. The job descriptions were not given. Minister of Finance was kind enough to give the money to these cities. Recruitment has not taken place. Money was returned to consolidated account, and the hassle will be getting back that money into the cities. What is the way forward?
Right Honorable Speaker, it's indeed unfortunate that this has happened, particularly for Gulu City. When the structure was approved, and initially we sent guidelines really to cater for a generic staff, and in some cases where that generic staff was customized, things went well. The way forward, Right Honorable Speaker, is that indeed public service is now going to fine-tune the job descriptions for Gulu City, and then the process of recruitment can continue where it halted immediately.
But Honorable Minister, what does it take for somebody just to make the job descriptions? Are you understaffed that you cannot, your staff cannot do that? You need to take an action on some of these technical people. Huh?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, all I can say is that yes, this job description of the staff of Gulu is going to be available.
Not only Gulu. Not only Gulu. Honorable members, all the cities. Yes. We want all the cities. We don't want the inefficiency of other people to be borne by you. Make your people to do the work.
Agreed, Right Honorable Speaker. I can say in 2 weeks, the job descriptions will be ready and sent to the various cities.
I am giving you the 2 weeks. In the 2 weeks, my presumption is that finance will also be able to get back the money for recruitment.
Can I say something, ma'am? Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to request colleagues that when you see things are not moving, involve us, such that other than us waiting until the money is returned, if you had come earlier, maybe we would have saved that money. Honorable Speaker, so I want to request colleagues.
You know the Prime Minister Majegere.
Yes. So when you see things are not moving, involve us so that we can crack the whip. Thank you so much.
Now, Prime Minister, I want you to crack the whip. Crack the whip, let people do their jobs. And we have these things. Other than all the time we have matters of national importance and which are not being implemented. Alan? Yes?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on an urgent matter regarding the persistent vandalism of electricity poles, theft of electric wires and the meters in the country, but in this case in Nakaseke Central County, in Nakaseke District. Right Honourable Speaker, about 3 months now electricity is off. 11 villages and 4 parishes.
Alan, that is one of the issues on the order paper. You raise it when that is being answered. It is a matter that was raised before we left.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker.
Yes, procedure.
Right now, Speaker, I want to
Thank you very much.
There's a procedure matter from this side.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the procedural matter I want to raise relates to the statement that has been made by the Minister of Public Service and also the Prime Minister now. In relation to the regional, in relation to the cities. Madam Speaker, I am a member of the public.
Excuse me. We are on another item. It is unfortunate that you came in late.
No, Madam.
And I made a ruling that you can only debate on what is on the floor. You are the ones who close of a debate. Check your rule 71. You're one of the senior members here.
Madam
You're
Speaker.
on another item. Next.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker, the honourable colleagues. I rise on a matter of national importance regarding some bandits of the Karamojongs who are not only terrorizing the people of Agago, but also are killing, looting, doing all sorts of things to the people of Agago, especially Agago North County. Madam Speaker, during this recess, those warriors have decided to change their style. They have decided to relocate, and they got a hiding place in Milan between the Karamoja and Acholi sub-region, especially in the place called Obuore Hills. The Kejongs warrior who are doing all these atrocities, they are no longer living in the Karamoja sub-region. Instead, they're in that hiding place. In the last 3 days, they have killed people, just like I talk now today. They are burying one person called Oke Caesar, a 57-year-old man from La Sieke village in La Croix, Paris. No wonder this gentleman lost, his brother lost about 7/8 of cattle in some 2 weeks ago to lightning and thunder. And all those disasters is just surrounding that family. Before then, one called Katongole John, a 28-year-old man from La Chiacotao village in La Yara, Paris, also was killed by those Karamojong bandits. No sooner also, a gentleman called Okema.
Did you confirm that they were Karamojongs?
Yes, Madam Speaker, they are the Karamojong.
How did you confirm? Were you part of them?
Well, Madam Speaker,
Cattle rustlers are not Karamojongs alone. Unless you are part of the team. Let's use a more civilized language so that we don't divide this country.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is a matter that can be debated, which I don't want to go in for now. I hail from Agago North County.
Let's use the cattle rustlers.
That's what I said. Karamojong warriors, the bandits.
I am saying, remove the word Karamojong warriors. Let's use The cattle rustlers.
Most obliged. The cattle rustlers who are aliens from that side of the Karamojong sub-region.
Honorable member, I am saying, first of all, if you know where they are hailing from, don't know why are you raising an issue? If you want to be helped, don't bring divide and rule in this country. It is only after investigation that you can be able to know whether this is a Karamojong, a Muteso, or anything, or even unnaturally.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the cattle rustlers...
There is a procedural matter.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In your communication, you guided us with precision and clarity. And Madam Speaker, I think it's very important that when we have young citizens in the gallery, or even without them, we have to lead by example. Madam Speaker, I invoke Rule 79, and I have to read it verbatim. 79, motion that a member no longer be heard. Where a member persists in irrelevancy or tedious repetitions, or uses objectionable words, and on being called to order failed to retract or explain the words and offer an apology to the satisfaction of the Speaker, a member may, with the consent of the Speaker, move that the member using the objectionable words no longer be heard, and the question on the motion shall be put forthwith without amendment or debate. Madam Speaker, what my colleague is trying, is continuing to push forward, borders on dividing this country into us and then them. And you've been very eloquent in guiding us that we need one Uganda, we need one family. It's wrong for a member to continue and persist in trying to divide our country, and yet we support to move as one family. Madam Speaker, if it pleases you, I'm asking you to guide us on whether Rule 79 should not be invoked. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I gave my warning, I gave my caution at the beginning of the session, and even in my communication today. Let's debate objectively. And he has withdrawn the statement. He has said the cattle rustlers. And let's not divide the country. We are all one.
Most obliged, the Right Honourable Speaker.
Can you give us your prayers?
The prayers are as follows, Madam Speaker. During this course, people are running into IDPs. Food items are being stolen. Goats and cassava gardens are being uprooted by the cattle rustlers. Madam Speaker, my prayers is that the responsible ministry, especially the Ministry of the Just and Preparedness, should respond to the ailing problems of the people of Omia Pachwa Sub-County, Paimol Sub-County, and the UPDF to revise the method that they are trying to follow, these cattle rustlers, because previously there was a decision after giving suggestions on many meetings that took place between the people who are being affected, to the extent that some vigilantes were even recruited so that they should work hand in hand with the UPDF to follow these people. But as we speak now, the involvement with those vigilantes is not taking place, but these cattle rustlers, they have a corner and a ground where they pass through. So our request, or the prayers that we are putting across, is that the UPDF should revise the way, much as they have done deployment, killing is taking place when they are even there. Besides, these hailstorms that kill the 7 herds of cattle to these brothers who had been killed as well, they should respond and help them.
Honorable Prime Minister. Okot. Honorable Okot. Don't start warning people in the house.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. Right, Honorable Speaker, you are aware that last week, the President was in Karamoja. The number of plans that have been put in place by the Army, by the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Karamoja, to end cattle rustling by cattle rustlers across the 4 regions that neighbor Karamoja sub-region. That, Honorable Speaker, I have taken note of my brothers concerned. I promise that tomorrow I will cause a meeting with the concerned ministries so that we can now focus our efforts to his area. Thank you so much.
Prime Minister, I would also request when you cause that meeting, you could invite the Member of Parliament to be part of it so that we can sing and roar.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, colleagues, I raise an issue of urgent public importance. I would like to bring to the attention of this House, and indeed government, the destruction caused by elephants and other problem animals in Bulisa district, which has inflicted untold suffering to the people of Bulisa. The sub-counties that have been continued to be affected by these problem animals include, Madam Speaker, Ngwedo, where we have Kiliango, Muvule Nunda, Muvule 1, and Khartoum. Bulisa sub-county, we have Nyamitete, Pondiga Beroya, Buganda Kichoke, Buganda Kataleva, Waiga Kijangi, Kaboldo, and Kigoya. And then Bulisa Town Council, where we have Kitahura, Tiguliech, and the center of this town council. The effects are the ravaging of crops, of many population, and then even loss of life. Madam Speaker, you recall that this Parliament passed our Act in 2019. The Act contains, among other things, addressing wildlife conservation areas of protection of species, wildlife user rights, and management of problem animals. Since then, the regulations to guide on the compensation has not been ratified by Parliament. The Wildlife Compensation Scheme, Madam Speaker, consists that 2% of monies collected by the authority from all the revenue collection for this service, and then monies appropriated by Parliament specifically for this purpose. Madam Speaker, the scheme shall be used for financing compensation claims for human life, injuries, or damage to property caused by wildlife animals outside protected areas. Since October 2019, Madam Speaker, Uganda Wildlife Authority has been putting aside 20% of this revenue collected to cater for the compensation. There is no mechanism of now to disperse this money to the affected persons or communities. The delay to ratify these regulations, Madam Speaker, has left our communities neighboring protected areas very devastated. Honorable Speaker, this Parliament appropriated funds in this financial year for 161-kilometer electric fence around Forest Conservation Area from Bugongo Gate through Nyamitele to Bugana. The trench line from
Can you
Bugana.
be precise? What are your prayers?
My prayer is, Madam Speaker, where I'm raising this, Madam Speaker, is something that has been ongoing even last night and this morning.
Information.
The elephants have been hitting on a daily basis our communities. Madam Speaker, my prayer is, and a prayer is for the people of Lisa, that government to act swiftly in releasing funds for boundary demarcation between the park and the neighboring communities. And two, that quick response from Uganda Wildlife Authority to address the movement of these problem animals and more for the elephants. Three, government through the responsibility ministry to avail proper network connectivity within the protected areas to enable faster response from the park authorities, since normally they have issues of network. And then lastly, compensation for the destruction of gardens, crops, property, and even lives be put in place, because our people are suffering. Madam Speaker, we need to live in harmony with the park, and also the people need to be alive in order to conserve for generations. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I was in Bulisa last week but one. I was informed of the same problem. I caused a meeting with the Ministry of Tourism,
Yes.
and we have come up with...
Yes.
Madam Speaker,
Procedure.
our rules are very specific. They provide the Prime Minister time to answer questions every Thursday at 4. They require ministers to attend Parliament to answer questions. Since Parliament started, the Prime Minister is the one standing up. The Prime Minister, where she can't answer, I am going to ask a minister. Yet the rules are very clear. Ministers must attend and answer questions. The Prime Minister is required to come here at 4 today, also to answer her bit of questions, but not to answer every question that is posed and then to say, now I'm going to tell this minister. That is in total violation of our rules, Madam Speaker. So the procedural issue I am raising is whether the Prime Minister now has become the minister of every ministry, forgetting that her time is coming at 4 for her to answer questions to the Prime Minister.
When you look at Article 108A, the Prime Minister is responsible for coordinating all the ministers and all the work of Parliament. So when the minister, Prime Minister is responding, she is doing her job. When she gets defeated, she will now invite the sectoral minister. I think Honorable Semuju is really in love with the Prime Minister, because when she's not here, he says she's not here. Now today she's here. Can you do your work?
No, Madam Speaker, I meant a rule, because you said you ruled. We are now going to
We are talking about the rules. Me, I'm talking about the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land.
And because you have said, Madam Speaker, I don't want to engage you. But if you had allowed, because you see, even at the beginning of Parliament.
Can you sit down?
Honorable Speaker, I had invited him for a cup of tea and he did not come.
Order. 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 Madam Speaker, I am standing on a point of order. See, sometimes you can tolerate...
Honorable members, that was a commercial break.
Order. Madam Speaker, my name has been mentioned.
Now look, how would this house be if we didn't have a Semuju to have... You see that? Honorable Semuju, thanks for making the house lively.
Madam Speaker, I am raising a point of order.
No. It was.
No,
It
my
was
name
a
has
light
been
moment.
mentioned.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for your wise ruling. Madam Speaker, like I told you earlier, I was in Bulisa myself for PDM sensitization, and these issues came up. So I took it upon myself, wrote to the minister in charge, and I was given the following responses. One, that this parliament appropriated the money to do electric fencing in those districts that are affected by these wild animals, especially those that are neighboring the game reserves. That is the district of Kanungu and Bulisa.
Clarification?
I was still,
Yes.
you know, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please go ahead.
Right Honorable Speaker, there is money we have appropriated to do exactly that. Then two, there is also some money that has been provided in the same budget, this financial year's budget, to compensate all those people who are affected by these stray animals. Right Honorable Speaker, I will make sure that I connect my sister, the Honorable from Bulisa, to the ministry so that she gets more clarity.
Actually, it shouldn't be only Bulisa. It should be all the areas that are bordering the national parks, and this House budgeted and appropriated money for the fencing, and that must take place. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Rubanda District Local Government. Then we have Mr. Stephen Kashaba, LOC5 Rubanda, you're welcome. We have Mr. Kwizera Alex, the Chief Administrative Officer, welcome. We have Ms. Kesafari Prosi, the Vice Chairperson of LOC5, welcome. We have Ms. Waguma Mary, the Speaker of you're most welcome. We have Mr. Mutatina Obed, Secretary of Health and Education, you're most welcome. We have Ms. Weber Juba Mary, Secretary of Production and Marketing, welcome. We have Ms. Nevlin Tusasire, Secretary of Tourism and National Resources, welcome. We have Mr. Kibuye Vicent, Secretary of Works and Finance. We have Mr. Martin Turiagenda, Political Assistant to Honorable Musasizi. These are represented by none other than our very good minister, Honorable Musasizi, very hardworking. Honorable Kamuntu Moses, a very good person, very active, and our Commissioner of Parliament, Honorable Akampo Mura. You gave us very good people, bring them back. We want to thank you so much. We want to thank you so much and welcome, join me, welcome the team. On the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of youth leaders from the 54 countries of Africa and beyond. The youth leaders are here, who are currently participating in the 3rd African Peer Review Mechanism Continent Youth Symposium under the Africa Union at 20 years. You're most welcome. They are here to witness the proceedings of this House and how we proceed matters. That is what will shape these young people here. I want to welcome you. This is Parliament of Uganda, the Parliament of the people of Uganda that is people-centered. Most welcome.
Madam Speaker, I have a matter of privilege under 78.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I think the colleague who is raising order missed the training. Because if he didn't, he should have known that the rules say debate may be interrupted by a matter of privilege suddenly arising. I can give him free training. Madam Speaker, I have nothing personal against the Prime Minister. This is the second time. The first time she asked if I have something I wanted from her. I did not have it. Today, she's issuing a second invitation, actually third time, inviting me for tea. Madam Speaker, I moved around Uganda and identified a lady called Farida, and I married her. You need to read 78 before.
Order.
Because privilege take precedence. Madam Speaker.
Order.
Madam Speaker.
Order.
Privilege take precedence and you are following rules. You just have to read.
Honorable. Now all of you sit. All of you sit. All of you sit. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Semuju, sit. You know, honorable members. Honorable members. Can I have order? Can I have order in the House? If you people need to disagree, you can go to the corridors or in the compound, not in the House that I'm chairing. I want to tell you members, I am here for business, not for jokes. Patience.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the same issue because my district has been attacked by the wild animals from Queen Elizabeth National Park.
That will be handled.
Thank you, Madam
Atkins?
Speaker.
What is a matter of national importance?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The matter of the urgent matter of national importance regards to the continued deaths of our fellow citizens, dying in prison for one fundamental reason, that we have been multiple times on this floor pleading with the government that please, prisons are not hospitals. When somebody is sick and they need medical attention, humanity or even the conscience demands that you take them to the hospital.
Honorable Atkins, you raised that issue on Tuesday, and I asked the Attorney General to come with a statement on what government is planning, especially on the political prisoners. And it is also on the same vein that now that the court-martial, the term of office of court-martial has expired, we need a statement from Attorney General. And Attorney General is supposed to come and present that statement in the House. So can we have the statement? I gave him 2 weeks to give us all that information and present it in the House.
Madam Speaker, appreciated for your very kind and wise guidance, which I really take in good faith. Madam Speaker, this morning, I received a call from the prison authorities that while we have lost 11 members,
thank you,
Right
there's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you realize there are many colleagues that have matters of national importance. A colleague has raised an issue and is lucky. His issue, the person responsible is in the House and is going to answer. Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker, for a colleague to take time which would be utilized by other colleagues who have their issues, so that for him, he only waits for the time of the Attorney General as we have issues raised? We have several issues.
No, we are going to have a report from Attorney General. Much as you give that information to Attorney General, and then it will be incorporated in the report that is going to be brought.
I appreciate it, Madam Speaker, but can government commit itself to take the critically ill to the hospital?
Atkins, give your information to Attorney General, then you will come with it.
Okay,
yes,
I'm waiting for the Attorney General. I'm waiting for you, sir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a very important procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker. And it
Honorable
touches,
members, listen.
And Right Honorable Speaker, it touches members of Parliament. And I seek your indulgence, Honorable members of Parliament, to give me your attention. Right Honorable Speaker, it is now 1 year since Parliament was sworn in office, Right Honorable Speaker. However, Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk today, there are still members of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, who do not have offices. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament is one of the institutions, Right Honorable Speaker, that is, honorable members, this touches members, and I seek your indulgence to listen. That is why...
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
Order. Order, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Mbwa, you sit.
Order.
First sit. First sit. I have said, honorable members, honorable members, I have said let's have respect, listen to everybody, and if you don't agree with that person, I will make a ruling. I will make a ruling. First listen to him.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, why I raise this on the floor of Parliament is because we have discussed it several times and it is not working, and Parliament is where it can be solved. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament of Uganda is renting for honorable members of Parliament in several places. We are renting at Queen's Chambers, we are renting at Kampala Kingdom, we are renting Development House, and every day you find honorable members of Parliament crossing the road, walking here and there, and yet the President of this country guided us, Right Honorable Speaker, that we should start a process, Right Honorable Speaker, of getting our own premises, and we save the rent. Honorable members, I want to inform you that Kingdom Kampala alone, we are spending 8 billion shillings. Honorable members, yes, to renting. Honorable members, I request that you listen. This is very important information. Honorable members, renting Queen's Chambers, we are spending about 3.9 billion. All this money is going on rented premises. Yet the president guided that we should have our own.
Honorable Commissioner.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I know this affects the members of parliament, and I understand where the commissioner is coming from. I do understand. I'm a chair of the commission, and I think what the commissioner is trying to derive is, we had a meeting with the president, and the meeting resolved that we should have a one-stop center where all members of parliament should be accommodated as office of members of parliament. Now, the only issue that we need to get is a clearance as to whether that should happen. Yesterday I got a motion from Kahunde, where she's urging government, instead of spending monies on rent, to ensure that we have our own premises as government. And on this note, therefore, Attorney General, we need a clearance from your office on this matter. It's a very serious matter. Members are scattered everywhere in town. We even don't know where our members are.
Madam Speaker, as soon as we get a request from the clerk's office, we
will do that. Next item.
Item 3, laying of papers. Item 3.1.
Honorable Luchamusi, the paper is just being laid for information and for capacity building. Honorable members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the CPA Executive, Uganda branch, and on behalf of the delegation that I led to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the report entitled the report of the Uganda Parliamentary Delegation to the Commonwealth Parliamentarian Association Capacity Building Seminar on the Agro-Revolution and the E-Parliament held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, from 27th to 31st March 2022. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Late, if you need information, go to the library and look at it.
Item
for information. Next item.
Item 3.2.
Honorable Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you will note, just allow me to raise this matter. I'm supposed to lay the report of the delegation to the 66th session of the Commission on the Status of Women that was held between the 14th to 25th March 2022. Madam Speaker, allow me to raise this. Besides my name, you see DWR, implying District Woman Representative. And when you look below, all the other people are listed as members of Parliament. There is Honorable Ogwar Polycarp, MP, Agule County. There is Honorable Nancy Achora, MP, Lamour District. Matovu Charles, MP, Busiro.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have looked at our rules of procedure, and what is defined therein is member, meaning member of parliament. I don't know where this title DWR comes from, and I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that the women members of parliament in this house be referred to as district members of parliament, not DWR, while others are members of parliament, and for us we are just DWRs. There must be uniformity as per our rules of procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. I have heard the men saying we are women. Why are you emphasizing my womanness besides my title? Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sarah, can you lay the paper?
Yes.
You can now show us whether you're a district woman or you're not.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am a member of parliament representing Tororo district. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Honorable members,
I beg to lay this report. We had a delegation that was led by the Minister of Gender, Right Honorable Speaker, and this meeting was organized under the theme Achieving Gender Equality and Empowerment of All Women and Girls in the context of climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction policies and programs.
Order.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, if you want to speak, go and speak from out.
Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda was applauded for being a trailblazer on gender equality and women's empowerment, and for the enabling legal and policy framework, and member states were urged to come and benchmark. Right Honorable Speaker, in this report are 66 agreed conclusions. I interest members
Your
to
work
get it and read.
to lay the document, the members will read the report.
I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, beg to lay this report with a call on members of parliament to promote tree planting in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Item 3.3.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the proposal for the government of Uganda to acquire 150,000 preference shares worth approximately Uganda shillings 202.13 billion in Local Construction Limited. I beg to lay, Madam Speaker.
Can we have a clearance from Attorney General laid on table? Has it been cleared?
Madam Speaker, yes, we have a clearance by Attorney General, and I beg to lay it on the table together with the proposal.
Please lay, I'm referring this to the Committee of Finance and report back in 1 week. They want to acquire shares.
Item 4.
Why don't you debate when the report comes? We are referring it to the Committee of Finance. Next item.
Item 4. Statements by ministers on 4/1, the World Population Day.
Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I beg to present a statement to Parliament on the commemoration of the World Population Day, July 11th, 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, this statement is about the commemoration of the 2022 World Population Day that will be celebrated on Monday, July 11th, 2022, The celebrations are used as a platform to highlight the country's population development achievements and milestones. The occasion is also used to reflect on the challenges that confront the country regarding its population and development concerns with a view of addressing them. The objectives of this statement are to inform Parliament that, number one, Uganda will join the rest of the world to commemorate World Population Day on July 11th. Number two, that this year's World Population Day commemorations will be hosted by Kumi District at Kumi Boma Grounds under the theme Mindset Change for Wealth Creation, Ending Child Marriage and Teenage Pregnancy. Number three, that the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is expected to be the chief guest at the national commemorations. Right Honourable Speaker, every year national commemorations for this day are marked under a selected theme and are hosted by a local government that is selected on a rotational basis. World Day commemorations are organized by the National Population Council on behalf of the government to take stock of the achievements so far made towards improving the quality of life and standard of living of the people of Uganda. The occasion is also used to reflect on the challenges that confront the country regarding its population and development concerns with a view of addressing them. Uganda has been observing this day since 1989 and has been using this occasion to raise awareness and mobilize commitment and support among the country's leadership in government, civil society, the private sector, donor community, academia, media, and the general public for the country's population issues that need to be addressed. This year's national theme, Mindset Change for Wealth Creation, and focusing on ending child marriage and teenage pregnancy, is premised on the grounds that to alleviate poverty, communities need to be mobilized to engage in income-generating activities. Mindset change and wealth creation will also help address the economic issues, beliefs and practices that lead to child marriage and teenage pregnancy. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, more than 1 out of every 4 adolescents become pregnant before the age of 19, with the rates being higher, 27% in rural than urban Uganda at 19%, and that is according to UBOS 2016. This issue is quite alarming for the young girls, risk-poor maternal and child health, dropping from school, attempting unsafe abortions, failure to continue with school, and poverty. Evidence also shows that girls from poor households and communities are more likely to marry early and become teenage mothers. In these poor households, girls are perceived as an economic asset from which families can gain wealth and an economic burden at the same time. This is because parents are unable to meet their basic needs and so often marry off their young daughters in an attempt to gain bride wealth. This year's theme calls for investment in mindset change for wealth creation to improve the standard of living and quality of life as of the people and the households, and the education, health, and future prospects of adolescents, their families, and communities. Right Honourable Speaker, over the past 3 decades, Uganda has achieved remarkable economic growth and substantial poverty reduction. Between 1992 and 2020, the proportion of the population living in monetary poverty fell dramatically from 56% to 20.3%, and this is according to the Uganda National Household Survey of 2019-2020. Uganda has also made considerable progress in improving the status of the girl child over the last decade. This is reflected most notably by the strides the government has taken to create great opportunities for girls' education and in the creation and promotion of a conducive legal and policy environment for the protection and promotion of women and children's rights. However, there is evidence that in spite of government's efforts to end discrimination against women and girls, harmful practices such as child marriage have persisted, and with adverse consequences for the girls, their communities, and national development. Today, over 25% of girls become pregnant before the age of 20, and that is according to the Demographic Health Survey of 2016. Furthermore, the Constitution of Uganda sets the age of consent at 18 years. However, getting married before the legal age is a common practice across the country. The prevalence of child marriages is highest in northern Uganda, where it is estimated at 59%, followed by Western region, 58%, Eastern region, 52%, West Nile, 50%, Central region, 41%, Southwestern Uganda, 37%, and is lowest in Kampala at 21%. On the other side, teenage pregnancy is lowest in Kigezi sub-region at 16%, and the highest in Teso sub-region at 31%. And that is according to the Uganda Demographic Household Survey of 2016. Something must urgently be done to alleviate this situation. Right Honourable Speaker, it is important to note that the key drivers of child marriage and teenage pregnancy include, as I mentioned earlier, poverty, the low value that is attached to girls' education, domestic violence, socio-cultural norms and practices, and to poor implementation of child protection policies and laws. To end child marriage and teenage pregnancy, efforts need to be intensified to alleviate household poverty. Parents should be economically empowered to fulfill the basic needs of their children. It is therefore very important to get households that are still engaged in subsistence production into the money economy if we are to succeed in ending child marriage and teenage pregnancy. The Parish Development Model Initiative will help us realize this aspiration, since its main objective is to improve household incomes. This will empower parents to fulfill the basic needs of their children, thereby addressing the economic reasons for marrying off young girls. Furthermore, education is one of the most powerful tools available to prevent and respond to child marriages and teenage pregnancies. Girls who are in school are not only protected from child marriage, but they are empowered with knowledge and skills necessary to succeed in life. Both young girls and boys should be provided with age-appropriate reproductive health information. There is a graph down there that shows that girls with no education are 3 times more likely to become teenage mothers than their counterparts with more than secondary education. Right Honourable Speaker, some of the tried and tested interventions for reducing teenage pregnancies include availability and accessibility of quality education, awareness raising on reproductive health matters, provision of skilling and training programs, keeping or enrollment of young mothers in school, coupled with counseling and guiding students to make the right choices. It has further been proven that adolescents who hold positive beliefs about their future economic opportunities may be more likely to engage in productive educational and economic activities and avoid risky sexual behavior. I call upon you, honourable colleagues in Parliament, support such initiatives in their respective constituencies. As I conclude, Right Honourable Speaker, invitations to participants in this national event have been sent out to all cabinet ministers, members of parliament, key development partners, civil society, media, religious and cultural leaders, institutions, local governments from the Teso sub-region, ministries, departments, and agencies. Additionally, Kumi District local government leadership has been mobilized to popularize this important event and ensure that the public is informed about the event. Right Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to remind members that Uganda will join the rest of the world to commemorate World Population Day on July 11th. And number two, that the President of the Republic of Uganda is expected to be the chief guest. And number three, this year's World Population Day commemorations will be hosted by Kumi District. I thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for the statement. We have talked about the teenage pregnancies, early marriages, all that, over and over. There is nothing we are going to. This was for information. Can a brief comment from Law?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me thank the Minister for the statement. But Honourable Minister, what is of concern is if government is going to plan for this fast changing and growing population of Uganda, and we locate the basis of our planning on demographic surveys and the data of 2016. When the Uganda Bureau of Statistics has data, which the current data of 2022, you are aware that if we are talking about higher rates of teenage pregnancies, it was exacerbated during the lockdown, for instance. That is now between 2016 and 2022, which means the cases were even worse during the lockdown. That is, which was brought by COVID-19. Now, you are giving us the planning figures basing on all the figures, even giving the statistics of those regions where teenage pregnancies are higher or lower, basing on all the data of 2016, even when they are actually current projections by the United Nations. So, Honourable Minister, when I look at this statement, it is lacking.
Do you have the current figures with you?
That is where the Minister should have furnished this House with the current figures. Because those figures are there.
What I look at is prevalence of child marriages by region as of UBOS 2021.
No, it is 2026. You go to page 3, even page 4. 2016, it is 2016. He has not mentioned 2021. But UBOS has all this data and
that was a
demographic surveys of 2022. They are there. And I don't know why the Minister could not use those of 2022, or could even have been better at 2021.
Yes. Honourable Minister, you need to have your record clear, and the next time you report, you need to have an updated statistics from you both. Thank you for the report, and thank you for identifying that anomaly. Next item.
Item 7, motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to harmonize.
We have few minutes to Prime Minister's time, so we can resolve this, then we go to the Prime Minister's time.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to harmonize and enhance the remuneration of public officers.
Honorable members, this, as you recall, it came up yesterday afternoon. We discussed, we debated upon it. We resolved we have a team that will come up with a motion. The motion is ready, and we will not dwell on a debate on this. What we are looking at is adoption of the motion for government to take it up. Chairman.
Right Honorable Speaker, this motion for the resolution of Parliament urging government to harmonize and enhance the remuneration of public officers. And honorable members, this is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas Article 21 of the 1995 Constitution provides for equal treatment of all persons before and under the law in all spheres of political, economic, social, and cultural life, and in every other respect, and for the enjoyment of equal protection of the law, aware that Section 7(1)(b) of the Public Service Act 2008 mandates the minister responsible for public service to receive and consider on behalf of the government proposals for remuneration and benefits of persons whose emoluments are payable directly from the consolidated fund or out of monies provided by Parliament, recalling that from 1990, government undertook a number of reforms, including the public service pay reform, under which the Ministry of Public Service came up with a pay policy for public officers, which Cabinet approved in 2017 and agreed to implement it in a phased manner, starting in the financial year 2018-19 due to the limited resources. Appreciating that, according to the implementation of the pay policy for public officers has been ongoing in a phased manner, and gradually some categories of public officers have had their salaries enhanced. Further, appreciating that on 22nd June 2018, the government entered into a collective bargaining agreement with public service labor unions, including Uganda National Teachers Union, which clearly indicated salary structures and pay targets for all public officers to be implemented over a 5-year period. Concerned that, despite government pay policy for public officers and subsequently her commitment under the collective bargaining agreement, a section of public officers, including medical doctors, nurses, and teachers, have had a series of industrial action arising from the failure by the government to honor its commitment to enhance their salaries, noting that under paragraph 2.3 of the collective bargaining agreement, the parties agreed that there would be no discrimination in pay and other terms and conditions of service. Aware that on 24th of August 2021, government announced that Cabinet had resolved to enhance salaries of scientists, which decision is being implemented, recognizing that although the policy adopted by government to pay science better than the arts counterparts cannot be disputed, there is a need to carefully study its implementation to ensure that it does not cause strife and division among the public service labor force and ultimately affect service delivery. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that A, government presents to Parliament a sustainable salary enhancement plan of all categories of public officers with clear budgetary indications and timelines for its implementation. B, government implements the salary enhancement plan of public officers in line with Article 41B of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. C, Parliament urges government to commence the implementation of the approved salary enhancement of the arts teachers and primary schools teachers progressively. D, Parliament urges government to ensure continuous engagements with the public service unions through negotiations, consultations, and participation in accordance with the Public Service in brackets, Negotiating, Consultative, and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act of 2008 during the implementation of the approved salary enhancement plan. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move.
Is that seconded? Seconded by Adur, Atikins, Nabukenya, Zijan, Bashir, Onzima, by the whole House. Can I have 1 second to speak to it? 1 second to speak to it, Onzima.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members. Right Honourable Speaker, I've come to second the motion. As observed in our motion, in 2017, government entered in agreement to enhance salary of all public officers, and this was supposed to be enhanced in a phased manner. Right, Honourable Speaker.
It was in 2018.
The agreement was 2017. The implementation was to kick off from financial year of 2018-2019, which was supposed to run up to financial year 2022-2023. That's when all categories were supposed to arrive at their increment. Right, Honourable Speaker, along the way, a number of things have happened. The initial agreement by government, when this was tabled in the Committee of Public Service and Local Government, was that this enhancement will be financed through funds that will be realized after rationalization of government agencies. But along the way, I think the element of rationalization has not taken place. And also, there was faith in our economy, that the economy was gaining and more money will be realized. Right now, Speaker, when COVID-19 came, it shattered the economy. And all these expectations...
Let's be brief. This was debated upon. And
yes, please. Right now, Speaker, we therefore feel that the initial plan of government to enhance this salary for all the public servants might not be implemented the way it was planned. We therefore, as a team, thought it will be important for government to come up with a comprehensive plan looking into the economic situation and also taking into consideration that the element of rationalization was not done, the monies which were expected are not being got. So whether the current situation as it is will be sustainable is still questionable. So we expect that government must come up with a realistic plan that can be implemented, that will not put government under pressure, which is based on our current economic situation. Secondly, to conclude, Right Honourable Speaker, this increment has come for various groups of people, but there are other categories that are still left behind, like local government officials and others who are still warming up to
even the army men.
Yes. So we think that governments will also engage other categories of people before government is caught up with this kind of situations. I therefore thank you. I support second the motion.
Odur, 1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I am here to second this motion. The 4 prayers that are listed are drawn from the collective bargaining agreement that was signed Madam Speaker, if you look at prayer A, is consistent with clause 2.1 of the collective bargaining agreement that had proposed that all public workers must have their salaries enhanced, and specific figures were actually stated there. Prayer 2, Madam Speaker, is drawn from clause 2.4, the parameters that government should use for enhancements of salary of all public servants. It includes position, responsibility, economic factors like inflation, interest rate, and the cost of living. We think that if government takes into consideration these factors, they will be able to reach a proper enhancement strategy for all civil servants. Prayer number 3 is drawn from clause 2.3 of the collective bargaining agreement, which states that there shouldn't be any form of discrimination in the salary enhancement. We think that all the civil servants, including the arts teachers, the primary school teachers, the categories like the armed forces, should be looked at once without any discrimination. The last prayer is drawn from clause 2.5 about the equal rights of the workers. Government should approach the workers with an open mind, with hope, and with respect, so that we implement the continuous review of this collective bargaining agreement. If government at some point feels that the collective bargaining agreement had some issues, in that very clause 2.10, it is provided that government can sit with all those 10 unions and then revise and come to amicable settlement.
Thank you so much.
I would want to move an amendment.
And most importantly, it is a constitutional requirement under Article 41. Yesterday, I said if you have an amendment to the effect, please take to the committee. I now put a question that this House adopts a motion. I put...
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, but although the motion is good for intents and purposes, but it doesn't have time frames. That's one. Two,
progressively will determine. We are not going to, we don't know what we have in our resource envelope.
Well, Madam Speaker, also remember we did make the appropriation, we passed the Appropriation Act. And when we passed that Appropriation Act, we never included in anything to do with the discriminatory payments. Can we then order the accounting officers to ensure that in implementing the Act, there is non-discrimination, particularly when it comes to payment of salaries for teachers?
Thank you.
And that's to be captured within this motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that this House adopts a motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to harmonize and enhance the remuneration of public officers with the amendment. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And honorable colleagues, I would just like to thank you, Madam Speaker, for constituting the team of 5 people. And I'd like to specifically thank my team, Honorable Nzima, Honorable Kenya, and Honorable Dul and Kunhira. And by this, Madam Speaker, you allow me to lay this motion, copy of the motion on table. I thank you.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Next item.
Item 8, motion for a resolution of Parliament.
Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, kindly listen, the item is yours.
Item 8, motion for a resolution of Parliament to amend the first schedule of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau Act, Cap 210.
Honorable Minister, are you ready? If you're not ready, you tell us.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not ready to raise this motion now.
How did it come?
How did it come in the order paper?
Hold on, Honorable Minister, how did it come?
On the order paper.
In the order paper?
Right Honorable Speaker, we sent in the proposed motion to the office of the clerk. I think that's how it came to the order paper.
When you sent a motion to office of the clerk, what did you expect us to do? To keep it or put it on the order paper? Can we go to the next item? Honorable Minister, next time when you send an item, when you send an item, you know that it is going to be on the order paper. So you need to be ready.
Item 4.2, statement on government business for the succeeding week, 12th to 14th July 2022.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure that requires me as lead of government business to make a statement in this House regarding the government business of the preceding week, I'm therefore submitting the following business for the week ending July 14, 2022. One is introduction for the first reading, the Museum and the Monuments Bill 2022. And two, laying of acts and bills of East African Community Legislative Assembly as required by Article 65 of the Treaty of Establishment of East African Community and Rule 36 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. So that's what we expect from government next week. And we would be pleased if you even bring more. Next.
Item 6, responses by ministers to urgent questions. 6.1.
Yes, 6.
Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
Honorable Ministers, at the end of the first session, we had some outstanding urgent questions that were pending to be responded to by the ministers, and we are ready to receive the responses. Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will start with a question raised by Honorable Solanyi Solomon, Member of Parliament for Bukoli Central, raised a matter regarding the ongoing mining project in Wabanga Parish, Buunga Sub-County in Bugiri District. He specifically raised a
Please
concern.
speak to the microphone. I think they're not hearing.
People are not hearing. Maybe I can remove this.
No, you speak to the microphone.
Okay.
So we are after 6, only 6 now.
Speak louder. I will speak louder. He specifically raised concern regarding the land acquisition process being undertaken in that area. Right, Honorable Speaker, as per your guidance, my ministry undertook to provide clarification in respect of the operations of Rwenzori Rare Metal Company in Bugiri, Bugwere, Iganga, and Mayunga districts. As a background, right, Honorable Speaker, my ministry carried out an airborne geophysical survey covering 80% of Uganda in 2005. The survey detected potential for rare earth elements in Makutu, among other findings. Subsequently, my ministry granted an exploration license to Rwenzori Rare Metals. Further, geological studies by Rwenzori Rare Metals, including drilling, have revealed 532 million tons of ore containing rare earth elements. The exploration activities have confirmed the existence of rare earth elements in mineable quantities in 3 districts of Mayuge, Bugweri, and Bugiri. The rare earth element deposits found within Makutu Rare Earth Project area is one of the largest in the world after South China. Rare earth elements are essential for the manufacture of medical equipment, smartphones, laptops, crude oil processing, batteries for electric vehicles, and wind turbines, among many other uses. Rare earth elements are critical for the global transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy. Rare earth elements are key in many new and upcoming technological applications in electronics, including computers, lighting, magnets, and various other uses. With this innovation, the ministry will ensure that Uganda minerals are explored and exploited in a sustainable manner that supports the growth of the economy of the country and uplifts the standards of living of our people. The Makutu Rare Earth Project is one of the key projects that can lead to the industrialization of Uganda and position the country on the international stage as one of the very few countries in the world that mine rare earth elements. Currently, the production of rare earth elements is dominated by China, so it would only be second to China. The exploration and development of the project requires land access and support from the community and the different leaders. The land acquisition laws of Uganda ensure that adequate and fair compensation will be paid judiciously to the land owners that would be affected. Compensation, land access, and resettlement for people affected in the project. The ministry will ensure that where project-affected persons' properties, including land and infrastructure, are affected, the project-affected persons will be duly compensated or resettled before the company can utilize the land. There will be no evictions carried out by the company. The ministry is aware that the development of the Makutu project will create lots of benefits to the community and the country, both through direct and indirect benefits that come with such projects. The development of the project will also cause temporary and permanent resettlement impacts in the project area. Rare earth minerals is currently developing a resettlement action plan that will inform the company on the number of project-affected persons and their socio-economic and livelihood aspects, as well as strategies and actions necessary to minimize the resettlement impact and restore them to an improved socio-economic and livelihood status. Right, Honorable Speaker, the company plans to follow a systematic approach based on demarcated blocks, one after the other. Therefore, not all PAPs will need to be resettled at once. The project's interest lies majorly in rare earth elements, not the land. Once mined, the land will be restored for productive use for normal farming, resettlement, recreation activities where applicable, and other uses of the land. Based on the provisions of the Mining Act 2003 and Mining Regulations 2019, which repealed the Mining Regulations 2004, the company is required by the ministry to apply and acquire mining lease before it can compensate or resettle affected landowners to develop the rare earth elements. In order to obtain the mining lease, the company must undertake a feasibility study, conduct an environmental and social impact assessment, obtain consent from landowners to access the project land, and to develop resettlement action plan that will be used to mitigate the probable resettlement impacts to the project affected persons. The objective of the RAP is not to evict the project affected persons, but to provide resettlement options that suitably allow them to continue their livelihoods and activities. The following compensation and resettlement options are envisaged. Option 1, cash compensation, which is outright cash compensation for a mutually acceptable amount. 2, priority for paid work or share in the profits of collaborative agricultural partnership programs that may arise in the project area. Option 2, temporary settlement, and this would include lease land to Makutu project for an agreed period of time. It could also be compensate the landowner for lost assets. It could also be affected households will be provided with a good house in a nearby establishment near the resettlement villages. It can also be the livelihoods and food security of resettled people, including vulnerable people, will be secured through the provision of paid work on collaborative agricultural partnership programs that will arise in the project area. At the end of the lease period, Makutu project will provide the project affected persons with a permanent replacement house prior to him or her resuming occupation of his or her land. It may also include provide the necessary support to assume a better socioeconomic standard than before. Option 3, permanent resettlement. Swap land for land, permanent replacement of a house and a suitable replacement land. It can also be cash compensation for lost assets, or provide the necessary support to assume a better socioeconomic standard than before, or provide opportunity for paid work or share in the profits of collaborative agricultural partnership programs in the area. The memorandum of understanding between the project affected persons and company. The provisions of the Mining Act 2003 and Mining Regulations 2019, which repeal the Mining Regulation 2004, requires mineral rights holders to show proof that they have obtained consent from landowners to access the minerals therein, or proof that the applicant for the mining lease have secured the surface rights of the land which is the subject of application. This signing of the MOU is the first step to developing a mutual relationship between the company and the landholders. The MOU does not transfer the land ownership. I repeat that one. The MOU does not transfer the land ownership interest in the land surface rights to the company. So the landowner retains the surface ownership of the land. After the company has acquired the mining lease and the project affected persons have been fully compensated, the company will then have access to the land for the development of the rare earth elements depending on resettlement action plan options which I had mentioned earlier. The MOU that is prepared in English and translated into Lusoga will be presented to the project affected persons and administration for consideration.
Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on our rule of procedure, Rule 46, Rule 47, 5. That reads, the reply to a question shall be limited to 3 minutes. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm seeing the Honourable Minister is presenting the whole paper. Honourable Minister is not going directly in answering the questions that were asked. Are we proceeding well, Right Honourable Speaker? Our rule of procedure says it's limited within 3 minutes, but he has taken more than 10 minutes.
Honourable Minister, is Silwanye here? Honourable Silwanye? Honourable Silwanye was asking about the mining project in Wamanga Parish in Bugiri, and there are people who purported to have been given a license. We needed to know from you, is it true? Did they follow the right procedures? Did you do due diligence on these people? Are they the rightful people to be doing what they are doing?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I know to most members of Parliament this is a new area, and I needed to give a background and detail to how this is done. But to answer you specifically, the ministry is aware of the persons, and they have been given exploration license to actually see what can be done. But here I wanted to be clear on the procedures that should be followed to make this land available, and also to allay fears that the land is being grabbed by unknown people for the benefit of the minerals. So conclusion, Makutu Rare Earth Project is one of the key projects that has great potential to cause economic, social transformation of our communities through mineral-led industrialization and the position of Uganda in the international stage as one of the very few countries in the world that will mine rare earth elements.
Do you take time as a minister to talk to the people around those areas where you get?
We have actually been engaging the population, including the members of Parliament. They have been participating in the awareness creation. And I do believe...
So how did the Member of Parliament raise that issue?
That one I cannot explain, but the rest of the members of Parliament from those affected areas have been participating in the activities.
Okay, we'll hear from the person who raised it. There's a next question again to you.
Right, Honorable Speaker. A question was raised by the MP Agule on the power outages in his...
Yes.
Madam Speaker, as per Rule 41, it's Prime Minister's time. And given that earlier the response takes over 10 minutes, won't it be procedure right? The Prime Minister first attends to her business here, then later we continue with other questions.
And this question of Polycarp was also asked to the Prime Minister. So can we have one answer from the Prime Minister? Then we continue with the other ministers. Prime Minister's time.
Item 5, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the Honorable Isaac Joachim, Member of Parliament, Upper Madi County. He asked me a question that lack of government health facilities in Anyiribu sub-county and Goromi sub-counties. Honorable Speaker, by the time of approval of the Uganda Intergovernmental Physical Transfer Reform Program, UGIFT, Anyiribu sub-county had a public not-for-profit health center benefiting from government, and they were getting primary health care, PHC. In the current financial year 2022-2023, Honorable Speaker, government has earmarked and planned to construct a public health center, 3 in Anyiribu sub-county. The other question he asked was upgrading of Ulepi and Akino Health Center 2s to Health Center 3s in the sub-counties of Ulepi and Okoro. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Akino Health Center 2 is located in Okoro sub-county, which is already served by Okoro and Oima Health Center 3s. Ulepi Health Center 2 has been planned for upgrade to Health Center 3 in this financial year 2022-2023. The other question was that when will the ambulance that was removed from Okoro Health Center 3 in 2016 be returned? Honorable Speaker, the establishment of a functional ambulance system is one of the top priorities of NRM government. As part of the response through the COVID-19 preparedness and response plan, you are aware that 125 additional ambulances were acquired and deployed according to our policy of regional ambulance systems. Under this system, 20 to 30 ambulances are managed under one call and dispatch center to ease coordination, maintenance, control, and accessibility. This has changed the management of ambulances from health facilities based to a regional coordinated system at 14 regional call and dispatch centers. In addition, regions are responsible for fueling and maintenance of ambulances. Government has initiated procurement of 340 ambulances in a phased manner to address the gaps. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ogwal Polycarp, Member of Parliament Agure, raised a matter on the disruption of electricity supply due to non-functionality of several transformers that had got blown in Agure County. 2 in 2017, Nyako and Omwarako Trading Center in Kameke sub-county. 1 in 2019 in Kameke Trading Center, Kameke sub-county, and 1 in February 2022 in Axim Trading Center, Axim sub-county. Honorable Speaker, the transformers of Axim and Kameke Trading Center. Honorable Speaker, I was an RDC in this district, so I know these areas. The transformers of Akisim and Kameke Trading Centers were replaced in May 2022 after stakeholders' engagements. The Minister of Energy, I think he will bring more details, has been directed To follow up with Umeme, I wrote a letter after this, getting this. You know, Umeme is a distribution company operating in the area. To ensure transformers are installed in Nyakagule village and Alwako trading centers. So far, site visits have been done. Honorable Isaac Joachim, MP, Upper Madi. He raised the concern over the misuse of firearms by armed personnel in areas outside their duty stations, led to the loss of lives in some parts of Arua district. He requested that the authorities to hold the UPDF personnel accountable, but also meet the medical and burial expenses of the affected victims. Right Honorable Speaker, government regrets the death of Arion Amos, Nicholas Brando, and the injuries sustained by Audrey Biru Alice. Private Nuamanya's actions were not within the scope of his employment. In the spirit of civil-military relations and need to support the foreign families of the late and injured victim, government has considered giving a startup contribution of 10 million per family as compensation to the deceased family for the loss of their lives, and 2 million shillings to the lady who sustained injuries. The compensation process, Right Honorable Speaker, is on. I wrote a letter soon after getting this question.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Right Honorable. There is a supplementary question from Alan on electricity.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a matter regarding the persistent vandalism of electricity poles, theft of electric wires and Yaka meters in the country. But in this case, in Nakaseke Central County, in Nakaseke District. About 3 months now, electricity is off. 11 villages and 4 parishes are being affected. And some of these villages, Nabisojo, Chirinda, Wamiwome, and others. And then the parishes are Chirinda, Mijuma, Kalakala, and others in Wachat sub-county. Umeme, rural education agents where and police have not yet identified the thugs or arrested them for doing this criminal offense, and there is no effort that has been made to restore electric wires and Yaka meters such that the residents get back power, however much I have approached those concerned. This is paralyzing work and development in the mentioned areas and the country at large. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore my prayers are the Minister of Internal Affairs should intervene to stop this kind of theft in the country and come here and give us a ministerial statement. 3. 2. The Minister of Energy should immediately restore our power in the affected areas in the country. Lastly, Central Police Station, Nakaseke District, does not have any working police patrol vehicles and therefore should be provided with some to curb such insecurities in Greater Luwero sub-region. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. Right Honorable Speaker, the problem of vandalism of our electricity wires and poles is a problem across the country. The other day I was in Imbarara for a function, and they told us almost 3 kilometers of electricity cables were removed from poles at night. At least those were lucky that those thieves were arrested by police. But even then, Ministry of Internal Affairs has, together with Ministry of Presidency, the RDCs, and the local leaders across the country have been sensitized. And we are also having a strategy of putting transformers in trading centers where people can see, such that they can now make an alarm when these thugs come to steal these cables. However, I have taken note of my brother's issue. I am going to direct the Ministry of Energy through REA to replace those wires. And two, I think we also, because Honorable Najuma had already told me, I think 3 days ago, Najuma of Nakaseke, the lady, she had called me and told me about the same. I told her to write so that I could use this to pass over the message to the ministry concerned. So now that I have this from the floor of Parliament, I am going to act. Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We passed, there is an act in place, that a bill that we passed in this House, and it has been assented to. It's now an act, and it has very good sanctions to that effect. Why don't we implement? We need to make sure we provide, we implement what we agreed in this House, so that it acts as a measure for those who are going to continue doing the same. So we need to take it up. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we do thank the President for assenting to that bill in record time. However, Right Honourable Speaker, the population does not know about the provisions in that act. And therefore, I want to, would it not be procedural right to direct the relevant ministries to popularize or sensitize the population about the provisions in that law, in that act? Because that should be the way to go. They should know how risky it is, that if you are caught, you will pay 1 billion shillings or be in jail for, I think it was 15 years.
And it is not only in that act, it is in all the acts that we are sentenced to.
Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, it is our responsibility, including colleague members of Parliament, to help our people know what is in the law. And therefore, we shall, all of us, move as a team to popularize this law, because it's a good law. Thank you so much.
Now, let's run adverts on what has been approved and warning people. On, in case you do this, this should be, you'll be arrested, you have these sanctions. We need to run adverts to the effect. Yes, King Kizi.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for giving way. But Madam Speaker, my concern on that, you know, what belongs to many belongs to none. We have to have a clear cut. Who is responsible for popularizing this law? Because when we say that we are all going to go there and popularize, then it is likely to have...
No, it is the Ministry of Energy. They are supposed to do that.
So I would request, Madam Speaker, that we have even timelines, because these issues, sometimes we pass laws, very good laws.
We actually don't need timelines. We need it started immediately and continuously.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Prime Minister, yesterday there was a document that your office promised to lay today. From Cecilia. Cecilia had a question. Cecilia, now that you have the Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday I raised the issue of payment of Ugandan traders trading in Sudan. The pending issue which we have been discussing since 2018. And the Prime Minister yesterday, or the Prime Minister representing you yesterday, communicated to us that today the Minister of Finance will give us details of the preparation that you have concerning the payment of the 23 verified traders whose payment have so far not been cleared. So I don't know, Right Honorable Speaker, whether the Prime Minister has already got the details of the persons who have not yet been paid, but the details are there. Even the Office of the Clerk has got the details of the 23 companies which are pending to be paid, and there are other new companies which are also being verified. So I would like the matter to be brought to a close, if it were possible. Thank you.
Prime Minister, in the last session, the Minister of Finance promised to come and lay on table the addendum from South Sudan, and that is what Matt Cecilia is asking for.
But Honorable Speaker, you are aware that a forensic audit was carried out by a company that was hired by government. A number of companies were found to be to have not supplied South Sudan. A number, and therefore, yes, and therefore, I request that you allow us up to next Thursday, because Cabinet is supposed to go through this, such that we can come up with a concrete answer of those companies that will be would benefit.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, maybe just as a point of correction, it was a verification team which was to verify the 23 companies. The verification was done, the report was brought to this House, it was adopted. What is left is basically an addendum that is supposed to come from South Sudan for ratification and payment. That is basically that. It is just an addendum that we need as the House, and it will be good to go. Yes.
Madam Speaker, speaking from what the Right Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, if it is true that actually a forensic...
There was no forensic audit.
That's what we wanted to confirm. And she's still insisting the forensic audit took place. If it is true then that a forensic audit took place, as the Prime Minister has confirmed, then this House should have access to that report. And I would beg that when the Prime Minister comes next week, comes with a copy of that report.
Honorable members, we passed a resolution in this House, and the resolution was sent to to South Sudan, and the resolution was signed on 2nd May 2018. And the resolution is here, signed by the Clerk of Parliament for the 23 companies. There was a committee, a select committee, which was chaired by Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Kivalia, Hariko, Anna Maria, that group. They brought a resolution which was adopted by this House. That was after that. So basically what we need is an addendum, which the Minister said was going to make a follow-up and bring it. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am good at reading. So I got a report on my desk, and I don't want to deceive this House, that Ernst & Young was contracted to go and verify and take audit. And there are some companies that were put that did not do any work in South Sudan. And therefore, to come here and deceive, I will look really funny. I am a very strong Catholic. I don't deceive.
Order.
Yes.
Order.
Give order.
Order. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, with the due respect to the Prime Minister, this is where we go wrong. Right Honourable Speaker, a committee was constituted by Parliament. It first sat here, interfaced with Ernst & Young, interfaced with the Minister of Trade, interfaced with the Minister of Finance, resolved, went to South Sudan, met the government of South Sudan, all ministries concerned, agreed and made the recommendation that the 23 companies deserved to be paid. The report was tabled. The minister came and also put his position about the addendum. And we agreed that they were going to pay these people after presenting the addendum. Now the Prime Minister, who is the head of government business again, drags us back to the 0-1 position to take a position to cabinet. Again, we go, because the challenge we have, Right Honourable Speaker, this is money that will be paid by South Sudan. Uganda is just standing in for them, but South Sudan is ready to pay the money. This is money from South Sudan. So again, the position of cabinet here, there, Right Honourable Speaker, we must move forward.
Honourable members, we are going to get a report as requested. Maybe for the information of the House, as I said yesterday, we had a joint meeting between the Speaker of Parliament and the Speaker of South Sudan and the President. And we agreed that we write to South Sudan and then the Minister makes a follow-up. We've since then written to South Sudan and we are waiting for feedback. And we will come and, the Minister of Finance will come and report on the addendum. Next. Yes, Law.
Madam Speaker, as you are aware, being the custodian of the rules, the leader of the opposition has a right of reply to the Prime Minister after she has made the responses. And it will be brief this time round. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, when you talk of this...
You have a right to reply after all the questions have been asked.
Oh, yes.
And members are still asking. So you're blocking your members.
Oh, they are still asking?
Yes.
At large, Madam Speaker.
Yes, they have supplementary questions. Use. Say, what are you asking? Okay. And it should be in relation to what the Prime Minister has been on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your always illustrious and distinguished judgment. Madam Speaker, while processing some of these
procedure.
Yes, Straha.
Right Honourable Speaker, as guidance from the Rules of Procedure 41, in the Prime Minister's time, there is no provision for supplementary questions. It is only covered for in Rule 42 when it comes to questions to ministers. So I seek your guidance, Right Honourable Speaker, whether we are proceeding properly. Thank you.
We amended the rules and agreed that we should have oral questions asked to the minister for a specific time. It's unfortunate that you're not aligned to your rules, which you've just amended.
Thank you very much.
And we have only 6 minutes to close Prime Minister's time.
Thank
Clerk, you need to print the new rules.
Madam Speaker, I would like to draw the attention of my very good fellow Catholic, the Prime Minister, that this probably should be extended. When you're meeting your technical team and they're giving you presentations, specifically answers to oral questions, tell your technical team to focus on 3 things. Number 1, content specification. Number 2, boundary demarcation. And number 3, ensuring there is no room left for pseudo scenarios. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to restrict myself to the independence of this House. It is extremely sad that we can have this kind of scenario where a matter that was presented before this very House, tabled, passed, adopted, and then again the Prime Minister says, no, wait a minute, that's not enough.
Honorable Atkins, that is not now a question. Can we have a rebuttal from the leader of opposition?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this question by the Honorable Etuka Isaac on the lack of health facilities in Nyiribu sub-county. Your response is a good one to construct a new health center 3. But why wouldn't these funds that are used for construction be shifted to equip the already existing facilities? Because we have seen a number of white elephants of health center 3s, health center 2s, no equipment, no medicines, and huge staffing gaps, no medical healthcare workers. I saw even in yesterday's health report, a lot of funds are being earmarked for construction of more health centers. Why can't we equip the first ones first? The second question is about the ambulance. Actually, Madam Right Honorable Prime Minister, you didn't answer this question. The Honorable is asking, when will the ambulance which was removed from Okoro Health Center 3 in 2016 be returned? The answer is beating about the bush, is actually circumlocutions. And you would be spot on to say that the government has an initiative to buy 340 ambulances. That's a good plan. But before you procure this 340, where is their ambulance which was removed in 2016? Because ambulances are for emergencies, as you are aware, Madam Right.
Yes, can you conclude by responding? And yesterday we had a discussion on health centers, and it was really exhaustive. And Honorable Prime Minister, please respond to Love. Are you done?
No, I'm not yet done. Let me conclude. Because if you have a new system, like you have vividly put it here, that you have a coordinated 14 regional call and dispatch centers. Honestly, if these are on standby at regions and the emergencies are in those rural parts, by the time you arrive there, a mother who is supposed to deliver may have lost her life.
Now that takes
So that's why the question has substance to insist on the return of their ambulance,
Law.
if indeed it is there.
That now takes you back to the resolution of this parliament yesterday to operationalize health center force because they are more reachable than the district hospitals. Don't forget what you discussed yesterday.
You were spot on, Right Honorable Speaker. But the operationalize indeed when funds are being used to construct more. These very funds would be focused on equipping and operationalizing the existing facilities. Now, we will come after I'm done. The other question was about this directive you have made. This was a question by Honorable Okwari Polycarp of Akure County about the non-functionality of several transformers. And you have directed the Umeme, who are the actual distribution company, to replace them. But Madam Prime Minister, you are aware of the vice of swapping of transformers by the same personnel. This should be investigated. And given the vigor and the determination and the commitment you have made to fight corruption, know it from me that even vandalism, this stealing of service cables and wires, is done by the same personnel from Umeme. So you should institute a serious either intelligence gathering unit or even a unit to arrest these fellows and nip them in the bud. But also there is a technology, for instance, in neighboring countries like Kenya, where if you tamper with the end of those service cables, an alert is quickly registered in the command office. You should secure such technology and nip this vice in the bud. The last one.
Actually, as leaders, we need to be vigilant ourselves to know what is happening in our communities. Let's not just be in the communities when we are looking for votes, but we should be there to see what is happening to our people. And if you see that people are doing that, then you have a right to make sure that such people are arrested.
Yeah. The last one was by Honorable Joaquin, MP of Upper Madi. And it is on this UPDF officer, Nwamanya. What is that issue, Madam Prime Minister, is justice should be seen to be done. Is Nwamanya should be arraigned in court and prosecuted. Whether it is court-martial or our normal codes, it should be seen to be done. But due process is not being done, and that's why the member came up raising this rife complaint. And two, it is also taking too long. An injured person, you give only 2 million, and you give 10 to the dead, and they have already been buried, all right? And you are not paying the funeral expenses that are taking place now, but have already taken place. Wouldn't you give more attention and be more compassionate to the person who is injured and undergoing medical treatment, has many bills, needs good nutrition, and even then, even if it is that paltry 2 million, why can't you give it this early so that you save the life than taking that long and making those pledges, which may take donkey years to honor?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I told the House that the health center that is in existence is for a non-government organization, despite the fact that government supports them with PHC funds. So this one is going to be purely for government. And you know our policy here is to have a health center per sub-county. So this sub-county had that one, but it was for Aneni Giyo. And this time around we are constructing a new one for government, and the government will be the one to manage it. My brother also talked about the ambulance. Parliament passed a policy here, Right Honorable Speaker, during the COVID time. Remember, it is that time when we were putting ambulances on standby to collect members of the community who would be identified with any signs of COVID. And it is that time when we decided here, I was a minister then, that we regionalize ambulance services and make sure that those ambulance services are functional and can really save lives. The other day, I found an accident when I was going to Mbale towards Jinja. That was between Rugazi, and we saw ambulances come very quickly, and they picked this the man who had got an accident, took him to Rugazi, then referred the others who had got injured to Mulago. So these ambulances, if we can give them more, and their positions either by roadsides, I believe, other than dumping an ambulance at a health facility, the health center does not even have fuel, it will still be useless, because the health center 3 has very limited funds. But these ambulances that are managed by regional hospitals and regional centers are usually perfect. Right Honorable Speaker, on vandalism, I had given an answer, and you had already ruled. I'll not talk about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A clarification is on what?
On the ambulances having no fuel in health centers.
Yes.
Because the Prime Minister has said that instead of having ambulances in health centers without fuel, we better have regional ambulances. And I'm wondering, why shouldn't we have fuel to give to ambulances at health centers? And you are the Prime Minister. Why should those ambulances have no fuel?
Madam Speaker, further clarification.
Yes, further clarification.
Further clarification. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said they are giving 10 million for the bereaved families. These are two families where the separate families where the soldiers killed people. The first one was the family of Nicholas Drando, who was shot on his compound by the UPDF who came from the barracks, Bondo Army barracks, shot him on his compound and shot the wife. The medical bill alone was 9.7 million, and this is a woman who has total disability up to now. Prime Minister, if you go to Bondo, you can get this woman permanently disabled. And you are allocating 2 million for this. And this Drando Nicholas is survived by more than 10 children. He was shot on his compound. Tiko Annette, who was killed by Corporal Okecha O. Alex in June 2019, was strangled dead in the barracks, inside the barracks. And the army threatened the people. They took the body, and this soldier is left scot-free. Well, the one who killed Drando Nicholas also shot himself. He committed suicide. Something could not be done much about that. But at least compensating these families, Prime Minister, is very important. Giving 10 million, put yourself in the shoes of these people. The children are suffering. They are orphaned by the UPDF, and proudly to say on this floor of copper, or this floor, that you are only giving 10 million for these two families, to me is a total abuse and a negligence of the citizens of this country. May you clarify further, how did you reach the 2 million ceilings to compensate this woman who is up to now disabled? I thank you.
Of course, that would not work as a compensation, because that can only be pronounced under the courts of law. It's not a compensation. That could have been just a support, and you can follow other due processes to have compensation being done. Next item. You are the same people who say time for Prime Minister's time, 45 minutes. Let's have respect for our rules of procedures. Next item, Minister of Defense
Item
and
6.2.
Veteran Affairs. Rule 72.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I am here to give response on behalf of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. The first question, then the leader of opposition being demanded, my good friend, the Bishop, now acting Lop. The first question was raised by Honorable Achora Nancy, Member of Parliament, Lamour District, on the insecurity in the district, where about 2 people were killed and about 270 heads of cattle lost. The response is that in Lamour District, the incidents are attributed to, among others, A, the posterity of the border. Lamour is bordering South Sudan. B, unresolved border dispute between Uganda and South Sudan. However, efforts are there to redemarcate the border. C, cross-border community dynamics, including cross-border movements for socio-economic activities. For example, intermarriages, farming, visits, extra. D, disruption of cross-border security meetings by the COVID-19 pandemics. Investigations were carried out regarding the incident on 5th March 2020, where 2 people, namely Okello Joseph, aged 46, and Aroma David, aged 38, by suspected Lagi of South Sudan were killed. The investigation revealed the following. A, in 2021, local authorities resolved to establish community kraals for protection of livestock of the locals. The community of Oriang village, Pobura Parish, Madiope sub-county in Lamour district, where the incident occurred, formed the 2 kraals with the 201 heads of cattle. B, on the fateful day, it was the turn of the deceased persons to graze the cattle, which were 193 in number. C, the victims had taken the cattle to the watering point, approximately 4 kilometers to the border, when they were attacked by 8 armed warriors from South Sudan. D, due to the proximity of the scene of crime to the border, the attackers managed to cross back into South Sudan before our own security forces could quickly respond. E, the attackers hail from Lodwara in South Sudan and belong to the Koki clan. F, efforts are ongoing to recover the stolen livestock and bring the perpetrators of the attack to justice, working in collaboration with the South Sudan authorities. In view of the continued pockets of insecurity in the affected districts, the following measures are being taken. Continuous readjustments in security deployments to deal with the threats. B, enhancing Kral-based intelligence collection to support security operations. C, construction of security roads, especially along the borders, to stem the cross-border issues. D, enhancing coordination amongst various local security efforts, actors, including the district security committees. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, the latest is that we've had a meeting of the chiefs of defense forces across the country of the Republic of Uganda and that of South Sudan, and efforts are being made. And the agreement now is that for those who are visiting from South Sudan, when they are coming to Lamu, they should not come while armed. And that is the latest we have. The second question is about the eviction of residents of Katabi Town Council by Special Forces Command from a landing site at Kasenyi. This question was raised by Honorable Matov Charles, MP Bosiro South. The Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs would like to clarify as follows. 1. The landing site in question is part of Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs UPDF land at Kasenyi, Bandegere in Entebbe, which Bandegere in Entebbe, which is currently occupied by Special Forces Command. 2, the subject land originally belonged to the late His Excellency Professor Lule's family and was occupied by UPDF in 2003 by the Presidential Protection Unit. 3, the Lule family, Honorable Waiswa Lule and Mr. Kato Lule, sought a court order to be compensated by government, and the ministry fully compensated them in 2020. 4, the landing site in issue is not a gazetted landing site, but an illegal settlement of fishermen and their families on Army land. 5, the fishermen and their families have constructed temporary makeshift houses, which is mud and water, on the landing site, the said landing site. 6, the ministry, through its military land board, organized a meeting on 6th of May 2021 at Kasenyi to discuss the settlement, with the view to agree on the roadmap to vacate Army land. The meeting was also to assess the number of settlers and agree on how they would vacate the subject land. Right Honorable Speaker, the 7th point here to note, the meeting was attended by Special Forces Command leadership, local council LC1 representatives, led by Mr. Mpanga Samuel, the LC1 chairperson of Kasenyi, Ben Degere, and it was also attended by 200 and 33 settlers comprised of fishermen and their families. 8, the whole group was given an ultimatum to vacate Ameland, having recognized the fact that they are not bona fide occupants and therefore not eligible for compensation. 9, with the exception of 5 families claiming that they are Vibanja holders and that they were not compensated by the late Professor Lule's family, who were the landlords. We agreed to handle their cases at a later stage. The rest of the settlers were given a period of 3 months within which to vacate the landing site, the said landing site. Lastly on that, it should be noted that there was no such eviction of 700 families as alleged by the Honorable Member of Parliament. These facts, we pray, should be able to be found adequate to enable the response, the response to be accepted by the Honorable MP who asked the question and the members. I thank you. The last one.
Thank you.
The last one is delayed payment. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, for the record, Amazon is now abbreviated as Artemis, not Atkins. And this is to stand for Africa Transition Mission in Somalia. Honorable Atkins is looking at me. I said Artemis. Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, at the sitting of the 3rd meeting of the 1st session of the 11th Parliament, Uganda held on Tuesday, 1st of February, 2022, Honorable Alper Moses, MP, Chekwel County, raised an issue on the delayed payment of Uganda People's Defense Forces contingent that completed the tour of duty to the AMSOM, which is now Artemis. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament, it is indeed true that our officers and men deployed under AMSOM then have experienced considerable delay in getting paid their mission allowances for the period beginning March 2021, which was due to some technical challenges at AU that have since been resolved. And the brief of the matter is that the challenge has not been because of us in Uganda. The challenge has been because of AU. And we expect the money anytime. We don't actually have control over when they should bring the money. And it's not the first time. We are very hopeful as of this week that money will come in anytime. I beg to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Yes, clarification.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister was responding to insecurity in Lamour District, which took place on the 5th of March 2022. 2 people were killed, good numbers of animals were stolen, and then in his response he said, process to recover those animals is ongoing. And this thing took place in March. He did not indicate to us as to how far have they gone with this process. Because a similar kind of insecurity is even still ongoing. When you go to Palabek, Ogili, in Padwat, these South Sudanese, purportedly, that they keep coming, doing atrocities, and then move back to South Sudan. When you report the matter to UPDF, they even don't respond quickly, and yet we Ugandans make any small mistake to cross the border to South Sudan, they don't come back alive. Can you maybe clarify as to what extent so far now have you taken to recover or to find out the perpetrator since March 2022? I thank you.
Yes, there is a procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday I did raise the issue of the UPDF recruitment that was done, and you gave clear directives to the Minister to come and answer to this process. The Minister has responded to 3 issues and is silent about this UPDF recruitment that he actually knows was very unfair, even in Tororo district where he comes from. So, Right Honourable Speaker, would it not be procedural right for the Minister to also respond to us and assure us that they have put a halt on this recruitment process as you directed, and the lists be sent to the districts for verification as you directed, Right Honourable Speaker? Thank you.
Information. If I remember very well, I gave it to Tuesday, not today. Let's not just hijack the Minister, and yet he didn't have the information on what was discussed and what was agreed yesterday. We agreed the Minister, this should be investigated and put on hold and give us a report on Tuesday on the recruitment process. You may not need to respond now, because I know you don't have.
Sorry, I missed that, Right Honourable. My apology.
Yeah, a supplementary?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's a supplementary from Odur.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My supplementary question is on the delayed payment of the officers from Somalia. It has not happened once, not even twice, not thrice. And the problem has been with the African Union. What mechanisms has our government undertaken with the AU to prevent that happening in the future?
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Robert?
Yeah, Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of eviction. So, Right Honourable Speaker, when UPDF just evict Ugandans without following at least right procedures, other Ugandans are taking advantage of the same. Now we are seeing the whole eviction in this country everywhere. Last week, personally, I survived the Pangas in Zirowe, Manyama, Bamunani Kalwero district, by a rich man, Rugambwa, with the security guards, with the Pangas, threatening even to kill me and the masses. Now, as the Minister of Defense, we are seeing some army men moving around within our places without at least any communication from local leaders. And many people are under fear to stress their concerns because they just see wherever you go, you will not be helped. Some people are using such powers.
Robert, give the Minister information of those areas where you're seeing army men evicting people, so that we have information, so that they investigate and come back and report to the House. Okay. But for this case, a due process was followed. There was a meeting. But where evictions are really true, they are very true. So what we need to do is to get all the information and avail it to the ministers, and then the ministers will respond to it and tell us the action taken, not just responses that we are making a follow-up. Tell us what you've done at the moment.
Most obliged, Madam.
Thank you very much for the response. I wanted the Minister to give more clarification on the security road, especially the security road
that borders Karamoja and Teso. It starts from the place called Ising to Olilim and to Kapelebiong. The road is impassable. Totally, there is no patrol. There is no water for the soldiers who can do the patrol. And you will find that the causes of this Karamojong inflicting the people of Teso, more especially Katakwi,
What did you say?
I said about the security road. We also have the security road from Opeta to Angesa to Olilim and to Kapelebiong. That road is impassable, and which makes the security impossible to patrol the area. I wanted the minister to clarify how best that road can be worked on so that the soldiers are able to patrol the area. Thank you.
Honorable Semujo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the minister to also benefit from his competence as a lawyer. The policy of this government is to protect people who are on land. And the private people are not allowed, even when they have a court order. Does the policy change when it comes government land and UPDF and Minister of Defense's land? Does it change from the one that you keep talking about in the media, the one for which the president keeps swearing, no removal of people from the land? Does the policy change? And I want to benefit from your competence as a lawyer as well.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. My question goes to the Minister. Thank you for the presentation. My concern goes to the workers. As a health committee, we are recently in Bukendi sub-region and other regions monitoring works upon the health centers in different areas. We faced a challenge whereby there is a big gap between the UPDF and the community. In the communities they were offering the services. Take for instance my own in Butaleja, they are there. They are doing a good job, but we are facing a challenge, like I've said. The salary payment is not streamlined. And in most cases, they're a bit harsh with the workers on site. What is the pay being designed to be paid to the non-skilled and the skilled workers? Thank you.
Florence, now, Kivoga, yours is on Nambole. Okay. Let Kivoga, then that, and we conclude.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. This goes to my Minister for Defence. In Kivoga, we have an area that neighbors the Kakola Barracks. But we have tried to study their training programs, but we have failed. And sometimes when they are on their trainings, they even release shots that reach our people. So from your office, I'm requesting, my prayers are, that at least the neighboring communities are aware of these training programs such that they can go on with their agriculture activities for some days. But as of now, they can spend like 2 days from morning to 1 p.m. without doing an activity, hiding in the anthills, because that is what was told to them, that the bullets would not find them once they hide in the anthills. So we are requesting that at least you relate, the barracks relates with the neighboring community such that they are safe and they can ably attend to their economic activities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to thank the Minister of Defense, Honorable Both. To be real, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister is trying. 3 months back, I took him to my constituency in Narok County, in Acholpi. In Acholpi, Right Honorable Speaker, the UPDF is having a clash with the locals over land, and I evicted several individuals from their land. The minister went there. The PS was there. He intervened in the situation, but the soldiers have remained adamant and they are still evicting people. Today in this house, the minister is assuring us that in Entebbe, the soldiers will not evict. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to know, are the soldiers more powerful than the minister, or the minister is being driven by the soldiers? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am very grateful for the opportunity given to me. I also want to appreciate the Minister for the response, especially on the issue of the border in Lamont District. Madam Speaker, part of the reason why the people of Lamont, Kitgum, and Agago are suffering is because of the porous border. We have reliable information, and security is very aware of this. The reason why the government is also getting difficulty of the disarmament in Karamoja sub-region is because of the porous border. Some of the cattle rustlers normally penetrate to southern Sudan and buy guns and come back with those guns, and they do it for raiding cattle. And I wanted to find out the strategies the government has in place in mitigating some of the porous border, because it is becoming a big problem. And then two, the minister was talking about the conflicts, the border conflicts. What are some of the strategies also they are put in place to make sure the conflicts in the border is mitigated? I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to the Honorable Minister of Defense to help me in this dilemma about the security forces that we have. In my area of Hosh West, there is a forest called Kasioach Tomi, and it is a guarded forest. But it is under collaborative forest management between National Forest Authority and the community. Soldiers dressed in police uniform, and at times others dressed in the green uniform of UWA, they come and pick people even from their villages or find them either collecting firewood or doing their collaborative forest work, and pick them, and they do tax correction. Anyone they pick and pays is released. Anyone who is stubborn does not pay is not released. So two questions. Those soldiers are not even answerable to the DPC of the district. But two, they collect money from people. Are they not paid at all for their work? That they must be paid by the community. Two, who commands those soldiers? Because they are called commanders in the forest, and they don't give receipts, like an honorable member interjects. They collect free money by coercion. Thank you very much.
Morris, then the Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I always find it challenging that in issues that concern soldiers, it becomes a heated issue. One of the reasons why we have our colleagues representing UPDF in this parliament is that possibly if it was hard for them to get information from the Wananchi, they would get it from us that represent these constituencies. Right Honorable Speaker, including the Army Commander, who is also a member of Parliament. These are high-ranking officers in UPDF. When we cry here, we would expect the following week to have solutions and answers. But Right Honorable Speaker, it's disappointing that every time we cry, another issue will come, another death will come, another indiscipline case will come, and we shall have our colleagues seated here. They will not mention anything. We shall have the same challenges. Right Honorable Speaker, through your office, could we now always begin having answers and reasons as to why UPDF continues to be indisciplined when we have the 10 members representing them here who must have this put to book. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Honourable Minister, a lot of questions have been raised in regard to UPDF, the impunity they have on other forces, like shooting the police officers who are at work. These are the same people. Why should you react like that? And we need to get really resolution to this because it is getting out of hand. And really, maybe we need to understand whom do they pay allegiance to? Because if they cannot listen to the cries of the house, the cries of the people, then what should we do? Yes, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members of Parliament, I will begin where you, with the note, the comments you're making. UPDF in full stands for Uganda People's Defence Forces. Gives us the hope that is one of the most disciplined forces within the region, save for a few isolated incidences of indiscipline of individual soldiers who have been apprehended, punished, arraigned in court, and punished accordingly. I would be more than grateful with the Honorable Chibalia, who is my friend, former guild president, if he could share with me the latest of any case of indiscipline, so that that particular soldier is brought to book. The rest, we had it in this parliament. The deputy CDF, who was with me in this parliament, for the first time in the history of this country, the deputy CDF owned up when the incident of UPDF clashed with a traffic police officer. My brother-in-law is intimidating me with the order, and I will. Yeah, but to begin with, Honorable Amos Okot, you raised the issue. What is the latest?
Atkins, have respect for brothers-in-laws.
Thank you. Thank you for your protection, Right Honorable Speaker. What is the latest? I actually said here that the latest, we did not, by the time we prepared this response, that's quite a number of weeks ago, as I was concluding on Lamour, I said the latest is that our CDF and the CDF of South Sudan, they have already engaged. This is just in the past 2 weeks. And right now, the situation there is that no South Sudanese is allowed to cross over the border with a gun. And if there's any new...
Address the speaker, don't address her callers.
I tell you. The cows, first of all, the verification takes place. This is not isolated to cases of Lamour, Madiopel, where I've been myself, the whole Chol sub-region and the border districts. I don't know where I have not been.
Clarification.
Yes.
Clarification.
Secondly,
let you finish presenting, then you get a clarification.
That's my mother-in-law. She's trying to. Thank you for your guidance on Honorable Saropendi's matter. I was following the order paper, and as a minister, I don't have charge. I'm not in charge of the order paper. But thank you for the guidance that we shall respond on matters of recruitment. 3, Honorable Odur. It was government measures to stop the happening, the reoccurrence of money delaying to come. We are engaging our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all the stakeholders to make sure that this money is used even to take six months. And we hope you know that all ATMIS, the mission there is to end around 2024. So we hope that measures are going to be put in place. Our attaché in the UN and others, they are working on this to make sure that money is paid to these soldiers before their sweat dries. And it is very embarrassing on our part as government, but a lot of diplomatic engagement involved. Question number 4, eviction by UPDF with the pangas and what in Nzirobwe. Pangas are not one of the tools or weapons known to be in the preserve of the UPDF. Maybe I didn't understand, but you talked about a rich man in Nzirobwe. Madam Right Honorable Speaker, this needed more, but I want to invite my good friend from Bamunanika to give us facts so that we can come and
Robert should reveal the facts to the minister, and then the minister will handle it.
Yes, number 5, Honorable from Toroma, the security roads. I don't know where, but you are aware for sure. I was in Katakwi. We've talked about security roads. You know what government is doing between the borders from Acholi to Teso. The security roads are being worked on. Maybe the pace is slow. I take note. And that concern I'm going to share with our colleague, Minister of Works, so that we fast track it. But already work is ongoing. Number 6, from my former friend, Honorable Semuju. And protection. How does the policy change when it comes to UPDF? The policy has not changed. In fact, if you listen, like I know you listened attentively, that UPDF, when we convened the meeting, we found 5 people who are claiming to have not been sorted out. There is no way anybody is allowed to evict a Vivanja holder, the occupants in this country, whether it is government or not. So the policy has not changed. And I want to repeat here is that we are following that policy, and that to make sure that those who are not compensated will be compensated before they are asked to leave. So number 7, health workers, community gap between UPDF. Is that from my neighbor, Honorable Nebanda?
Yes, that's Florence.
Yes, Honorable Florence. I was in Busolwe last week. I was on 29th, I was in Busolwe. The same matter was raised. The UPDF is undertaking renovation of 74 units, housing units for health workers. And so, as it was agreed, the local content, they have local laborers who come, both builders and skilled and unskilled. Now, the soldiers work differently. They have different work ethics. They don't waste time. The mistake they made at the beginning was to make them work per day. And they started by paying 25, 30, thinking they will work. When our friends from Buteleja knew that it is per day, whether you work, stand, you chat, you make phone calls, they lowered their ability to work. So they started, the UPDF resolved that now it will be on contract. You agree on a portion. There are those who are getting 30,000, there are those who are getting 20, according to what you have agreed. So there is no working per day. You work according to your speed and the work areas agreed upon. So that has been resolved. I was there. So there will be no more cry, and they are happy, and they are motivated and encouraged to work harder. You know our people. Yes. About the barracks, this is a serious concern from Chiboga. I've taken note about the interference with the firing range and the practices and training. We are going to handle this with the, and then we shall get back to you. Right Honorable Speaker was fired more questions than I think I will come more regularly. Honorable Komakech, Achol P, you were spot on, we went there, but there is no soldier who is above a minister, and there is no, as we were there with you, you realized that the commander who was on the ground was doing his own thing.
I was saluting you.
I tell you. But we are working very hard. The army leadership knows about this. We agreed the army should construct the brigade headquarters to a certain level, but they went beyond and they went into some markets. We thought they had stopped, and when you last called me, I thought so we are going to make a follow-up on that matter in Achol P. Honorable again, David, Agago, porous borders. Yes, coming from Agago, you know for sure that is a big challenge. And the same for Teso, Acholi, Lango, and this is a big challenge. The AU made a resolution to the effect that borders, where there are conflicts, borders should be redemarcated. The pace is going on very slowly, and Cabinet took a decision to set up a small working subcommittee headed by the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community, and the Minister of Defense is part of that, to make sure that we get to fast track. The South Sudanese come 10 kilometers, and because they know we are very receptive, we don't repulse them, and they start settling there. So the issue of borders was a decision that was taken in African Union. And then within the East African Community, we are implementing to make sure that these borders are redemarcated so that the issues of conflicts and posterity, the conflicts in the border should be handled because they are all international borders. So, and very soon, I believe the subcommittee
Yes.
I was about to finish.
Yeah, right, Honourable Speaker. The issue of porous borders is very crucial. What Honourable Minister is giving is a long-term plan of current demarcations, building walls. That is very long-term. Right now, right, Honourable Speaker, like in my district, Amoro, the South Sudanese have entered inside Amoro district with more than 10 kilometers. And they are settling there. They have guns and they are terrorizing people. What is the immediate measures that we are putting in place as the ministry? We need the immediate intervention to expel those people to go back to South Sudan. So the long term may not help us as fast as we need. Thank you.
Have they grabbed anybody's land? Have they chased away anybody?
Yes, Red Honourable Speaker, at the parish called Okidi in Atiak sub-county, they entered, they chased away the community from their land, and they came with their heads of cattle. They are rearing their cattle inside Uganda border. That's why I'm asking the minister, we need the immediate intervention.
Honourable Minister, there is a...
Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the minister talked of these South Sudanese entering Uganda will not be allowed to come with guns. And yet, we have those policies. How sure are you that those who will not come through the right way will not have their guns with them? And besides, there is this international conference on the Great Lakes region about peace in the region of 12 countries. And this is also about the infiltration of these guns, small arms. What is happening? That our people are just being killed by people who enter the country with guns. Thank you. We are not confident with that answer.
Yes, Kinkizi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving way. Madam Speaker, the clarification I'm seeking from my brother, Minister, State Minister for Defense, he has talked of the adherence to OAU resolution and East African Community resolution of reaffirming the boundaries of the member states. Madam Speaker, around 2019-2020, indeed, the boundary between Uganda and Congo was indeed worked on, and the reaffirmation along Kanungu border affected over 2,000 homes. Madam Speaker, I raised this matter and has not gotten any solution. Those people are suffering. They don't have what to eat. They don't have where they can dig because they have been found to be in Congo, yet they have our Ndangamuntus, they have our IDs, they subscribe to Uganda. What is the government planning to do on those people who are affected? And what timelines do you have to help them also enjoy? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, can you summarize? Honorable Minister, summarize.
Thank you very much. On borders, international borders, as I had said, the Minister, the first Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of East African Community or Affairs has been charged to lobby the sister ministers of East Africa within the member countries to effect the East African Boundaries Commission to make sure that they start work. The issue of protection of territorial integrity is a mandate of the UPDF, but the challenge we have when the UPDF goes out, not long ago, a few weeks ago, they were in Lamo and repulsed those South Sudanese, and I don't want to say it here, but a few casualties were realized just to repulse them, and those who resisted were. So the UPDF gets into a problem to know they can only enforce when the boundaries are demarcated. This is work in progress. We are now waiting for the Minister of East African Community and the First Deputy Prime Minister to come up with the report so that the East Africa Boundaries Commission should help to fast track that with our Minister of Lands. So, colleagues, we need your support. The other ministers will need the money also to do that. Honorable Biraro, soldiers dressed in police uniform or in OWA uniforms. Honorable Biraro, I know you very well, but today you confused me. How are you able to tell that these are soldiers dressed in police uniform or in OWA uniform? There is a problem there. Honorable Biraro, are you still there? We need to talk. We need details so that we speak with some clarity. UPDF has gazetted uniform, they are known, and they are not shy to put it on, including in Parliament of Uganda. So,
thank you.
So I think with that, I would invite Honorable Ephraim Biraro who is my very good friend, to share with me so that we can, yes. I think I have...
Honorable Minister, there is also something on the court martial. We are told court martial has expired, the term of office, and there is a backlog. So maybe you will need to go and check on that and see what action you can take so that these people are brought to court and prosecuted.
Noted, Right Honorable Speaker.
Next, thank you so much, Minister. Thank you so much, Minister.
Item 6.3, the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports.
Education and Sports.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, question number 1 is responding to the issue raised by Honorable Jessica Ababiko on the maladministration at Amelo Technical Institute. And the Ministry wishes to respond as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education and Sports took note of the concerns raised about Amelo Technical Institute. The Permanent Secretary and our team visited the Institute in May 2022 and interacted with the stakeholders on the ground. It was agreed that the principal of the Institute be disciplined and or transferred because the challenges seem to revolve around poor management of the Institute by the principal. This has been effected and the principal has been interdicted pending investigations on several allegations against him. The Institute has been handed over to a caretaker principal as these investigations go on. On the issue of delayed construction at the Institute, the problem has been attributed to an inefficient contractor who failed to complete the construction works. This contractor was terminated and replaced by another one who also failed to deliver on the project. The project management team, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, has proposed commencing the closure processes of this contract as well as seeking a different contractor to complete these works in line with the laws of Uganda. In the meantime, arrangements are being made to ensure the Institute is relocated from the temporary premises at the Farm Institute to its permanent location as soon as possible. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I beg to submit and respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was a second question.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the second question is on the slow registration of candidates attributed to the high cost of online registration and limited internet access in rural areas. This question was asked by Honorable Patrick Msamba. The Ministry wishes to respond as follows. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, allow me to inform the House. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, allow me to inform the House that online registration of candidates, e-registration, is not a new system. It has been used to successfully register candidates since 2015, 7 years now. It is a faster, more accurate, and cheaper system than the manual system which was in use up to 2014. The old system required candidates to fill computer forms, and the 8 teachers or district inspectors of schools to carry these forms to UNEB along with registration fees. The process of checking these forms by UNEB staff was laborious, and 8 teachers spent several days in Kampala waiting for their turns to submit the forms. Some even lost the registration money they carried. The system was slow and prone to many mistakes in the candidate data. These risks, Right Honorable Speaker and members, have been removed by the online system. Schools have greatly appreciated this. The registration exercise was conducted successfully up to 30th June 2022, and according to Uganda National Examinations Board, a total of 1,182,073 candidates were able to register online for all the levels of the 2022 final examination. Of the registered candidates, 647,828, constituting 51% of the total numbers, are females, while 632,813 are males, representing a percentage of 49%. On the limited access to internet, government has put in place a number of interventions to widen access. Members may be aware that the total optical fiber internet network for both government and privately owned farms spans around 12,000 kilometers, covering 49% of all districts and 24% of the sub-counties. Mobile telephone companies, especially MTN and Airtel, have also greatly expanded their services throughout the country with the erection of signal masts. Indeed, UNEB examination centers have not indicated the lack of internet access has been a hindrance to the registration process. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to repeat that indeed UNEB examination centers have not indicated that lack of internet access has been a hindrance to the registration process. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Uganda as a country is embracing e-governance, including Parliament of Uganda, to improve service delivery to the people. Online registration, e-registration by UNEB, is a contribution towards better and cheaper service rendered by the Ministry of Education and Sports through UNEB to its clients, the schools and the candidates. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to respond.
Thank you. There was a supplementary from Naluyimba. There was a supplementary on the issue of Nambole land, how you are fencing land that does not belong to Nambole. So you take note of that. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister, or my big brother should give way, and the teammate in the parliamentary team. I would like to get a feedback on the state of the stadium. At the moment, Madam Speaker, we don't have a national stadium that can be used. That's why we are being hosted at St. Mary's when we have international matches. I don't know, of course we had Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium. I don't know how far they've gone in the finishing it, because I think there is a developer who brought a nice plan, according to what I was told. But it has taken ages. We have nowhere to enjoy football from. Nambole, I think there are some people who are, I think the last time I heard there were soldiers. Other stadia, I don't know what's happening. A whole country, how can we be without a football stadium?
Thank you.
Secondly, just about the Kapchora training camp, track and field. How far has it gone? Because when you look at the people who are bringing us glory nowadays is mainly track and field. In fact, even in Parliament, we brought so many medals from track and field. How far has that gone, the Kapchorwa facility? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable, I want to thank the Minister for the timely responses given. But I would like to raise an additional question on the Technical Institute. I have to thank him for the steps taken. One, by interdicting the principal. But when it came to the issue of having a contractor failing to perform to the expectations and is terminated, the second one is contracted. He also fails. I would have wished him to move an extra mile of telling this House how safe are the finances, the resources that are supposed to construct this institute, because I envisage loss of resources if not well addressed. I would be happy if it is well answered. I thank you.
Vera.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, and the Minister for the statement. Right Honourable Minister, the issue of e-learning, e-registration, I don't know whether you have followed it, especially in rural areas where we find that teachers, in a school there is only one teacher with a smartphone with no computer. To get data, it's very difficult. There is an extra charge that those teachers ask or request from parents so that they can get the data. In addition to that, electricity is not there. They can spend a day or 2 days without battery. They take the phones to the next town centers. What is the ministry doing for those schools? Are we planning anything, or we are going to be left out because we can't afford e-learning? Thank you.
As members of parliament, let's move away from analog to digital. That should be a plan. Don't remain where you were. Let's now look at, as parliament, how do we improve our country to go digital? Now, I have even allowed you to attend meetings on Zoom. I have seen my member of parliament in Bukede is online. So,
Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his submission. However, whatever he's saying is not as correct as he has said it. Honourable Speaker, there is nobody.
In totality, all of it, or
no,
part?
not everything he has said.
Okay.
Honourable Speaker, as a Committee of Education, unfortunately my chair is there, we had this matter in the committee about e-registration. And we say that because of the constraints in the challenges we are facing, let the two move hand in hand. Honourable Speaker, a UPE child government is paying for them 10,000 shillings per child per year. Now, this candidate of P7 is spending over 100,000 to register on e-system. However, he can testify here, the Honourable Minister. UNEB has never taken training of these head teachers and those in charge of registering students on e-system. So we said, before, as you move on, let us have the two moving concurrently. Those who can afford can move on, and those who cannot afford. Let us take a region like Karamoja. I have been to Karamoja, Honourable Speaker, we have visited these places. You will hardly find where there is a computer system in some areas. And the children are not easily accessed.
That is not correct.
In some areas.
Karamoja is one of developing areas.
Very much so.
It is Kanungu.
Very much so that no speaker, they can be developing, but challenges come in when it comes to such areas. Rather no speaker, I think the Honourable Minister, what he has failed to understand in this question was about rural areas. And let us classify schools, Honourable Speaker. When you talk about Budo Junior School,
Honourable Seungu Musomesa, I know you're a teacher. You just say, let's have a cocktail. In the meantime, in the interim, we have both e-registration, and then we have the manual, and we come up with at the end of the day, we shall transit.
Absolutely, Honourable Speaker. But you see the problem with education. There are classes of schools that you will not argue, and they have also their numbers. When you come to private schools, their advanced stages are well known to all of us. Then there are those particular UPE, where I have a lot of interest. Then last, Honourable Speaker, I would pray to you through Honourable Speaker, to the Minister, some of these issues, like one raised by the Honourable about the technical institution. As a committee, we have done a lot of work. And I want to thank you for interdicting the head teacher, but the committee should take keen interest to go back. Sometimes there must be a presumption of innocence on this. And a number of schools are going on striking now. I had one in Imbarara, in Masaka we had one in Blessed Sacrament, Chimanya, and all those. So we should go back to our committee, and then also, Madam Speaker, we get more usefulness from the committee to handle those disputes as they come in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My presumption is that by the time somebody is suspended, the due process must have taken place. And if the due process took place and found a person guilty, I mean, what else would you do? You are the same people who raised this matter, and they must be addressed. Let's Goretti.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and the Minister for responding to those questions. Right Honourable Speaker, Sembabule is a drought-prone area, and we've faced challenges of water in our schools. Our children walk long distances.
Now we are on education. You're talking about education?
On education, yes.
Okay.
Our children walk long distances to collect water, and they have less time for schools. Right Honourable Speaker, the ministry had, in the current programs, they provide water harvesting as a provision. But for those schools that have been not considered for construction of new classroom blocks, have not got a provision for water harvesting. So I request the minister to take keen interest in the schools of Kasana Muslim Primary School, St. Herman Primary School, so that we are given a provision of water tanks. Even during the time of drought, at least we can fetch water and put in the tanks so that our children don't walk long distances and lose time for attending class. That is my prayer, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Those who have not spoken. Angora, Achon.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, mine is a plea to the Minister of Education. Recently, I had students who were not registered because they start primary living quite a few years ago. And I was told that their details were not on the system. And registering them manually was a problem. So, Ministry, accommodate the two systems in the meantime. Then lastly, Many schools, including secondary schools, still don't have computers. A case in point is Bukedi SS in my constituency. What is your plan? How are you liaising with the ICT ministry to support these institutions with infrastructure, since we are now heading to e-learning and e-programs? Thank you very much.
Thank you. John, then I'll have Emily.
Thank you very much.
John, then Emily.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for being active in education responses. Honorable Speaker, one of the things which I want to raise to the Minister, Obua, we are aware many school seats, the funds were approved.
Seed schools?
Seed secondary schools. The funds were approved and many were supposed to be constructed, but unfortunately, I want to find out why all these funds were sent back to the consolidated fund, and when will this fund again will be sent back to the districts? Because you look at some of these schools, the students are still studying under the trees, which were really expected for these schools to begin operating or construction going on. So, Honorable Minister, could you let us know, for example, one I have been Okum Secondary School in Norum, sub-county in Otuke district. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I also have a school in Kachumbara County. It is a city school. Money was disbursed, but they said there was a government instruction that the schools must be constructed by the Army Engineering something. So this money, the district could not get a contractor because there was that instruction. The money was returned. We don't have a school. I also represent a constituency, so.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Emily.
Yes, I would like to thank the Minister of Education for the responses given. But I would like to ask him to take interest in a school in my constituency called the Nyamarwa Seed Secondary School. In April this year, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, was asked to be the chief guest at the commissioning of the school, but he was not able to do that, and he asked me to represent him. But when we got to the school, we found it in a very sorry state, and a brand new school that was where millions of Ugandan shillings were spent. And myself, together with the woman member of parliament and the other district leaders, we distanced ourselves from commissioning, and actually we did not commission the school. And I've been following, because the RDC had assured, together with the district education officer, that they are going to bring this to the attention of Ministry of Education, that the contractor makes good what had been done as shoulder work. But up to now, nothing has been done, and I would like to actually ask for the intervention of the ministry.
Emily, you want to say that the school was not constructed?
The school was constructed, but it is all shoulder work. All the buildings are cracking at the time they were supposed to be commissioned.
Did you give that report to the ministry?
No, the district education officer and the RDC said they were going to take it up.
I am saying, you as the leader, did you give?
I gave the report to the Honorable Kasaija, who was supposed to do the commissioning.
Further.
Honorable Emily, can you give a report of that school to the ministry? And I want an action taken.
Much obliged, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just something about the same.
But you can't repeat on the same one.
No. Okay, mine is a bit different about
No.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to give a supplementary question to the Minister of Education. Right Honorable Speaker, it is clear with your guidance and passion for e-management and governance, everybody in this House embraces that idea that we go e-governance. But Madam Speaker, while we agitate for that move, we need to have a corresponding infrastructure. In event that we don't have corresponding infrastructure, Madam Speaker, we have to go slowly and don't leave others behind. In this event, Madam Speaker, I want to bring out the Kanungu district and Chinchizi West in particular, where you present. I have a sub-county called Mpungu. It has no network. It is 72 kilometers from Mpungu to the headquarters of the district. 72 kilometers. Madam Speaker, the school called St. Calisti Secondary School is a government school. It has no computer. It has no network. Madam Speaker, when the minister says that your neighbor did not report internet accessibility as one of the problems, it is trying to hide its challenges. And now, I would want to implore my minister, who is my friend, and who is very clear, that take it from us as representatives of the people, that UNEB is having challenges. For example, Madam Speaker, apparently now, there's a school called St. Gertrude. That school, the head teacher has been in Kampala for 2 weeks trying to correct mistakes because they failed to resonate with the situation that was prevailing. Secondly, Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister, in my area, there is a city school called Nyamilama. It has no computers. There is a school called Bulema. It has no computers. That's a girls' school, government school. Why are we trying to give an impression that we are okay when we know actually that we have not sufficed these institutions with requisite resources to allow them operate in the e-governance system? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
And would you kindly please take up those schools
Honorable
and
Minister,
please help them?
Honorable Minister, the findings of UNEB may not be very accurate, that you need to look at it. And as we said, we transform, we move on to digital system, we cannot abandon the analog system, so that we are able to have everybody included in the system. So you may need to look at that, and then look at the infrastructure also that is required. Actually, when I go to my home, I have to climb an anthill to make a phone call. So you will find there is a problem also with the masks in that area. So you need to look at that.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker.
Who is speaking?
Right Honourable Speaker, I thought you have given the floor to me.
You gave
I thought you had given to me, Right Honourable Speaker.
Maybe you give way now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Allow me appreciate so much my senior brother, the Honourable Ubua. One, for handling the responses, and two, for legally being in the House to respond to the plea from the honourable members in this August House. Right Honourable Speaker, the only inquiry I want to make to hear from the Minister, you are aware when we were closing the last financial year, a number of schools lists were collected and submitted to the Ministry for coding. I would humbly request my Honourable Minister here to clarify whether in this new financial year they are captured into the allocated budget for this financial year, all these schools which are being submitted for coding. Thank you, I submit.
The coding, nobody should repeat on coding. No, it shouldn't be specific. It is for the whole country. Money for coding, we've talked about city schools, we have talked about the stadium, stadia. Which one is new? Abeja? Abeja?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
I want to thank our Minister for the statement. Honorable Minister, you've talked about a technical school that has not been worked on or constructed, but I wish the time you received the question you could have moved in the whole country and you check on the technical schools where the money has not been spent on. You remember when we were in Baralegi, I raised my issue concerning Okwang Technical School. It's now coming to 10 years. We only have 2 structures. And the money, I don't know where the money is lying, but that school was directed to be constructed using 3.5 billion. Right now, TUK has received only 575 million. So the rest of the money, I don't know where it is. I beg you to look into that.
Honorable Minister, you need to take a look at all the technical schools that have been constructed. Actually, my technical school is even worse. The money was disbursed, given to a contractor, the work has not been done, everybody is quiet, people fear talking. Faith?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as I thank the Minister for the statement and for attempting to answer the questions, when members raise issues here, and then an issue of defense comes in, it defeats the purpose. But I also want to appreciate the fact that admission was made that only 49% is covered for the fiber. That means 51%. The issue that we are talking about cuts across. And I really need a response from the ministry. What is the way forward as we forge forward into this e-registration? Because the 51% cries are the cries that are coming on the floor for response so that a clear way forward is designed. I submit.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This directly...
You know, the problem is most of you live here, go out, then you come back now with the questions. You leave me sitting here alone,
at least
you come at leisure.
At least
Yes.
with us here protecting
Yes.
you, Madam Speaker. The critical question now is, given the challenges that have been raised here, Honorable Minister, and with the time factor into consideration, we are forcing a situation whereby UNEB will pronounce a closure of registration when a majority of the candidates have not been captured. So I want to say, Honorable Minister, already there had been issued deadlines for the registration. So now, what is the plan of the ministry to ensure that all the candidates are captured? And perhaps, Madam Speaker, I would request that the minister comes here to tell us the time when UNEB should be able to conclude the registration exercise so that we'll give him the update about whether all the schools have been captured. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Actually, Honorable Minister, you need to go through and find out whether the registration is over, and if it is not over, you set a date of extension, set a timeline for the deadline, and have all the students registered so that other students don't miss out. So can we first have response to what has been raised?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me start with the first question you raised, but before that, let me make this general appeal. Honorable members, the offices we hold are public offices. The schools we build are for the children of Uganda. And we are here as representatives. I want to humbly appeal to you that if there are challenges with schools, do not wait for an opportunity on the floor of Parliament. Kindly profile the issues in your respective schools. Write to us at the Ministry of Education and Sports. I believe we will be able to respond. This is my humble appeal, which is a general remark, such that we don't wait for an opportunity here, and yet there are challenges in our respective constituencies. Seed schools, technical schools, primary schools. I appeal to you. On the issue raised by the Speaker, the first question, that we are fencing land that does not belong to us at Mandela National Stadium. Honorable members, Mandela National Stadium is a public facility that has been in existence since 1997. As I speak, Mandela National Stadium sits on a land which is titled under the laws of Uganda. The wall fence being erected by the UPDF Engineering Brigade is being erected on land that falls within the land title of Mandela National Stadium. Before the process started, there was a joint boundary reopening according to the land title, in the presence of all stakeholders, and not at night, but during the day. If anyone feels that he has any action against us, the laws of Uganda are clear, because we are erecting a wall fence on a public facility with a land title where all due processes were executed. I beg to respond and stop
Thank
at
you.
that.
Thank you.
On the issue of the stadium plan, Nambole and other stadia, let me state, 2 weeks ago, Mandela National Stadium received the approved supplementary budget towards kickstarting the renovation and upgrade. I notified the Speaker that I have called a stakeholders meeting tomorrow of all stakeholders in order for us to meet and agree in terms of time by the UPDF Engineering Brigade, because soon after completing the wall fence, this land belongs to us. We are just custodians. It was being encroached on. We had to first safeguard the land, but we will start the process of upgrade and renovation of Mandela National Stadium very, very soon, because the funding was availed towards the end of the last financial year. Other stadia, Uganda had earmarked 2 stadia to be constructed, Akibu Olympic Stadium in Lira and Buhinga in Kabarole. These 2 stadia were cost-listed under a Japanese grant, under Forum on China-African Grant, FOCAC. As Minister of Education and Sports, we executed all our roles and responsibilities even during the worst moments, during COVID lockdown. All studies were done, all submissions were made, and we are waiting availability of funds from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, because that is the only process. I believe this Parliament should be able to extend this question to the Ministry of Finance, because as education, we are done. This Parliament was told that the Ministry was going to attend the FOCAC meeting in Senegal and they would give us the response. Uganda has talents. As I speak, in 2022 alone, from the month of January to July, 7 Ugandan national teams of sports have qualified for World Cup in different categories. World Cup, what used to be a dream. We are there. 7. Not me alone, that is the grace of God and all of us. On Kapchorwa training, this is called Teriet High Altitude Training Facility, which is 2,555 meters above sea level. We are on the final stages of phase 1, installation of imported synthetic materials on the surface. Some materials are still coming because these final touches we are working on with materials that are imported from about 3 countries. But we hope that phase 1 will be able to be concluded. I think the biggest challenge with this facility was the design. Our engineers who designed did not take note of 11-kilometer stretch from Kapchorwa town to the training facility. So we had to go back because the road was so bad, to the extent that at one point the contractor opted to use camels to carry materials to the site, 2,500 meters above sea level. But I want to salute UNRWA, because on the intervention of the senior minister and the First Lady of Uganda, that road was annexed to Kapchorwa Swam Road. It is now in a motorable condition, and that facilitated works at the site. Soon we believe we shall be there to conclude and commission phase 1, make it operationalized. If more resources are provided, we proceed to phase 2 and phase 3, because this is a 3-phased project. On the issue of e-registration and the appeal, Nachivuvu is under public-private partnership. I joined the ministry as Minister of State for Education and Sports, in charge of sports, and I found a memorandum of understanding, which is a PPP, which is still in force. And that memorandum of understanding is still in force. The first one was signed. There was the second addendum, the first and the second addendum. So however much we push, the contractor will still tell you, according to my contractual obligation, my time has not yet expired. That is what I found, already duly signed, and it is binding to all of us.
Honorable Minister, just to get a clarification, whether we have that PPP agreement laid on this table, whether Parliament has a copy of it, so that we can also partake of what is entailed in. Thank you.
From the time I took over leadership as Minister of State, I want to confess that I have not laid. If it was laid before, but if this Parliament wishes that the PPP be laid, I undertake to lay them. Right Honorable Speaker, if Parliament was sitting tomorrow, I would even come tomorrow. But let me undertake to lay them in the course of next week, because they are available. On the request on e-registration, honorable members, I believe I have taken note of this. We need to get back. But you can see that from the registration that we are celebrating, even for this year alone, 1,182,073 candidates by 30th June had registered for PLE, UCE, and UACE under e-registration. Let's embrace it. We may be slow, but let's move slow and sure. And the issue of the cocktail, give us time to consult, probably with UNEB and the mainstream Minister of Education and Sports, to see. But to be honest with you, even from the data I have here, you can see that every year we are progressing in terms of the number of students who are registering under e-registration.
You see, Honourable Minister, you might have that good excitement over the number, but you don't know what the head teachers have gone through. And it has been an impact on the parents and the teachers, plus the students. And you will get the bad information after the results out, that after the total completion, that a big number stayed out because of those hurdles. So UPE schools are supposed to pay nothing. So if they are paying 150 for e-registration, it's as if they have paid for UPE funds for the last 7 years. You're getting me? So either you make it free as you gave it to them, but if you put a charge on parents, children are going to stay out without studying next year, and they will not be paying because they cannot afford. You know very well, you are not buying reports for schools, and the reports are paid for by parents. And those who cannot afford don't get reports in UPE. These are facts you cannot run away from, whether in Aleptong or Karungu. These are all known everywhere. So let us take that keen interest, as the speaker said, a win-win situation. But once parents are impacted on paying with this lockdown and the economy, that's why you are going to, those are the questions. You started with 1 million children in P1, but at P-registration, P7, you have less than 600 children. Where are the 400 disappearing? One of the factors will also be that one. This is in good spirit.
Honorable Minister, let's do it progressively. So, and we will arrive where we want to arrive at the end of the day. So, we'll arrive where we want to arrive.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your guidance. I had indicated that this is a matter that would require us at the Ministry of Education and Sports to consult further with the Uganda National Examinations Board. But even that said, in the 7 years, because this is not year 1 or year 2, it is year number 7 that the country is progressively embracing e-registration of candidates. But just like I indicated as a general principle, we can consult, because it is not a matter that I can affirm and commit the ministry on the floor. Permit us to consult. This has been here for the last 7 years.
Can you consult and get back to the House and let us know what is the decision of the ministry?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I undertake to do that. On the issue of water in schools, children walking long distances, new classroom blocks in Sembabule, honourable members, the partners we get come with their different packages, because all these classrooms, we are not constructing them entirely with funding from Government of Uganda. The seed secondary schools, for instance, that we constructed, 117 in phase 1, it was an arrangement between Government of Uganda and the World Bank, and the packages are there. Others may come.
I have with me a copy of a letter that was written by PS to about 15 affected districts. Those 117 schools you are alluding to, some do not exist on ground. There are many works that have stalled. Some contractors were paid without work being done, and nothing is progressing. While you people report here that we have done this, out there it is just a white elephant. I have a copy of that letter here. Can you tell us about your capacity
Committee of Education,
as a ministry in absorbing these resources? Because I have the letter here.
Can we find out from Committee of Education, did you do your oversight role? Did you find those schools? And
thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we share concerns with our colleagues, especially about the complaints to do with the youth schools. Right Honourable Speaker, the last session, we were all handicapped. As a committee, we were not able to do oversight to visit these schools. However, we have been told that in this new session, the committees are going to be fully facilitated So as a committee, we are going to sit and draw a work plan to see that we have time to visit all these schools and find out for ourselves.
Can you visit these schools and give a report to this House on your findings?
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's going to be one of our core activities in this session because we have a new program which is about to begin.
Honorable Minister, can you conclude?
Madam Speaker, further clarification. Just clarification, Honorable Minister.
But Right Honorable Speaker, when we state on the floor that the schools do not exist, then before even 1 minute elapsing, the same member says they are white elephants. Right Honorable Speaker, absolutely. A member is saying the schools do not exist on the ground. I presided over the commissioning of 4 of these seed schools. Apaj Seed Secondary School in Apaj, Duku Seed Secondary School in Kwania, Ogor Seed Secondary School in Otuke, and Abia Seed Secondary School in Aleptong. And we dispatched a team of ministers all over the country to commission schools that had been finished at that point. Honorable Udur is here. A school in his constituency was commissioned by Honorable Grace Kuyuchwin. All the schools built under UGIF Phase 1 are supposed to be built and equipped. For instance, computers are supposed to be 28. Honorable members, this fight against corruption must be collective. I was in Kwania, I found 272 million shillings that was cost listed for construction of a seed school diverted. An arrest was ordered. The acting DEO is on interdiction, pending investigations, because I found 14 computers. I went with a checklist. So that is the reason why I'm pleading with you that please give us these reports. Give us these reports, and we need to join hands. And when I come to your district and order, because the Constitution allows on reasonable suspicion, that is a constitutional provision. Please do not start calling me Honorable Minister, so and so. No. I did that even in my own district. My own DEO I ordered for his arrest in Aleptong. No problem.
Honorable Minister, can you conclude as you've heard?
Right Honorable Speaker, the big question was about the funds meant for constructing the 115 seed secondary schools that went back to the consolidated fund. May I now conclude with that? Honorable members, the unit cost for building and equipping a seed secondary school was 2.1 billion under UGIF Phase 1. And that was the approved money for UGIF Phase 2. That would run in 2 to 3 financial years. When we advertise, because it is a shared responsibility, local government and the ministry, all contractors who responded in the 115 schools quoted over and above the unit cost, because all of us are aware that prices of commodities have gone up. There are those who even quoted beyond 3 billion. No contractor quoted less than 2.5. I think the list was 2.4. Only 1 or 2 schools, but the rest 2.5 to 3 billion and beyond. The Ministry of Education and Sports had to engage with the Ministry of Finance and the World Bank. We agreed in principle that this funding is earmarked for UGIFT, and there is no way you can divert it because all these prices were higher. As I speak, the monies have all gone back to the consolidated fund. But members, sooner or later, should even be in either Q1 or Q2, after finalizing and agreeing on what we should do, if government commits to giving more money, because 2.1 can no longer construct the schools we have constructed and equipped, according to the quotations we got. If government agrees on more resources, then we will come back to this parliament to revote the money that has gone back to the consolidated fund, and all the 115 contracts will then kickstart. That is the state of affairs in as far as the fate of the 115 schools, Right Honorable Speaker and members, are concerned. The other issues of technical schools, of internet, of course, internet is not our mandate. We work in partnership with the Ministry of ICT. The issues of other schools, please, I plead with you. We are talking about money of technical schools. Please write to us or come to us. Come to us, because money released from public funds cannot disappear. But at times, we budget, we appropriate, and the actual release is less than what is appropriated. So please come to us, write to us, we are at your service. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit. Thank you.
There is a procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statements. He has clearly stated here that the stadia, Buhinga and Akibwa, that has been planned, the Ministry of Education and Sports have done their bit, and it's only the Ministry of Finance that has been delaying this process. Wouldn't it be procedurally right, Madam Speaker, that you direct the Ministry of Finance to come here with a statement to address this matter? Because this relates to what I want the Minister also to confirm, that the President had mooted an idea that Uganda should host 2027 African Cup of Nations, co-host here. We cannot host. Yes, co-host. We cannot host without having these facilities. So I would beg that, Madam Speaker, you direct. And when the Minister comes next time, there is an alarming headline attributed to the Directorate of Education that about 68 to 69% of our learners who are in primary school reaching P7 cannot actually read and write. It's attributed to the directorate from the ministry. Would the minister in future come here and tell us how the ministry plans to address this? Because even if we register a million number of PLE candidates, it would be a big success quantitatively, but the quality would be so much worrying. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I think we need, Honorable Minister, what happened to that grant for Akibwa and
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Ministry of Finance, represented by Honorable Arona Cheyune, presented a statement on the floor of Parliament. And he indicated that when COVID-19 struck the world, China decided the
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari kutoka hapa studio zetu zilizopo mjini Kampala. Naitwa Bella Masangano, na katika habari ya kwanza, muungano wa wazungumzaji wa Kiswahili nchini wa Uganda National Kiswahili Association umekaribisha pendekezo la kukifanya Kiswahili kuwa lugha ya kitaifa. Benon Mkundane, katibu mkuu wa chama cha Kiswahili Taifa Uganda, anasema wako tayari kushirikiana na serikali kuikuza lugha ya Kiswahili nchini. Uganda cha Kitau kimeungana na ulimwengu mzima kusherekea kwa mara ya kwanza siku ya Kiswahili duniani, International Kiswahili Day. Akiwa katika kikao cha waandishi wa habari, katibu mkuu wa chama hicho cha Kitau, Benon Mukundane, ameahidi kushirikiana na serikali kukuza Kiswahili kuwa lugha ya kitaifa.
Kwa kufanya hivyo, tutakuwa tunakipa uwezo wa kufikia kwa ngazi kama Kiswahili kilivyo katika nchi nyingine za Afrika Mashariki. Kwa kutofanya Kiswahili kuwa somo la lazima katika hizo ngazi ambazo nimezungumzia, ndio sababu inafanya Kiswahili kwenda kuwa na mwendo kama wa konokono katika shule za msingi. Pendekezo letu la pili ni kwamba serikali iweke nguvu katika kuhamasisha wanajamii, kuhamasisha wana-Uganda, kuhamasisha umma yetu ya Uganda kuhusu umuhimu wa Kiswahili na jinsi Kiswahili kitakavyowasaidia, kitakavyowawezesha wana-Uganda kushiriki katika biashara zote zinazofanyika katika Afrika Mashariki hata nje ya Afrika Mashariki.
Benon Mukundane hata hivyo ameiomba serikali kukiorodhesha Kiswahili kwenye katiba ili kitumike kama lugha rasmi ya pili nchini.
Halafu tunasema kwamba ikiwa katiba ya nchi inazungumzia matumizi ya Kiswahili, tunaomba kwamba serikali ya Uganda ifanye hicho kifungu cha katiba kifanywe, kitimize, kitekelezwe. Kwani lugha ya Kiswahili ikiwa inapatikana katika katiba ya nchi, basi Kiswahili kitekelezwe kwa ngazi zote za elimu nchini. Halafu tukapendekeza kwamba kuajiriwe watu kwenye wizara mbalimbali zinazohusika na kuendeleza Kiswahili.
Mwenyekiti wa muungano huo ambaye pia ni mwalimu wa Kiswahili chuoni Chambogo, Yusuf Lubuka, anasema yuko tayari kukiendeleza Kiswahili.
Basi tutampa majibu yake kwa Kiswahili. Tayari umeshapata mdokezo kwamba serikali imeweka mikakati ya kupata vitendea kazi, mojawapo ni silabasi. Si silabasi tu, lakini kuna vitabu vya wanafunzi, vitabu vya walimu ambavyo mwalimu Innocent amesema vilishatumwa katika shule. Kwa hivyo mikakati ambayo serikali imeweka ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila shule, ziwe za serikali au za kibinafsi, zote zimepata hivyo vitabu vya Kiswahili.
UNESCO imetenga tarehe 7 Julai kila mwaka kuwa siku ya kusherekea siku ya Kiswahili duniani. Lugha ya Kiswahili ina wazungumzaji zaidi ya milioni 200 duniani kote. Na ulimwengu mzima umeungana leo kuadhimisha siku ya Kiswahili duniani. Hapa nchini hafla hiyo imefanyikia katika ubalozi wa Tanzania nchini na kuhudhuriwa na wadau na wapenzi wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Waziri wa nchi wa jinsia na utamaduni, Mheshimiwa Peace Regis Mutuzo, alikuwa mgeni rasmi kwenye hafla hiyo. Kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa, lugha ya Kiswahili imesherekewa rasmi leo tarehe 7 Julai.
Uganda mupo? Aha, asante sana.
Maadhimisho hayo yanafuatia uamuzi wa kuitengea lugha ya Kiswahili siku maalum ya kusherekewa baada ya shirika la Umoja wa Mataifa kuhusu elimu, sayansi na utamaduni UNESCO kuchukua uamuzi huo Novemba mwaka jana mjini Paris. Balozi wa Tanzania nchini Dr. Aziz Ponari Mlima alizungumza mengi kuhusiana na siku hii.
Siku ya Kiswahili duniani ilipitishwa kuwa itaadhimishwa kila mwaka siku ya tarehe 7 mwezi Julai. Na tamko hili lilitolewa, maamuzi haya yalitolewa na UNESCO Novemba mwaka 2021. Kama mnavyofahamu, Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo ina wazungumzaji duniani zaidi ya milioni 500, na hapa Afrika peke yake kuna wazungumzaji milioni 200, zaidi ya milioni 200. Na Kiswahili kinazungumzwa katika nchi 14 ambazo kinatumika, na nje ya Afrika kuna nchi ya Yemen pamoja na Oman. Lakini sehemu kubwa sana ya Kiswahili inafundishwa na inatumiwa na vyuo vikuu vya nje ya bara la Afrika. Lakini swala kubwa sana, kwa nini Kiswahili? Kiswahili imekuwa lugha ya kuunganisha watu. Leo hii mtu ambaye hajui Kifaransa lakini anafahamu Kiswahili, akikutana na mtu kutoka Kongo, DRC, wataweza kuongea, au akikutana na mtu anayetoka Burundi ambaye anaongea Kifaransa, mtaweza kuwasiliana.
Katika hotuba yake, Mheshimiwa Ponary Mlima aliwakumbuka pia viongozi wa Afrika ambao walitoa mchango mkubwa katika kukikuza Kiswahili.
Na wakati wa jitihada za ukombozi wa kusini mwa Afrika, wale waliokuwa wapigania uhuru wote waliokuja nyumbani kwa maana kutafanya harakati za ukombozi walitumia lugha ya Kiswahili katika mafunzo yao, na wengi waliorudi kule, wengine wamefikia mpaka kuwa viongozi wa nchi zao. Samora Machel alikuwa ni mzungumzaji mzuri wa Kiswahili, Joaquim Chissano alikuwa mzungumzaji wa Kiswahili, Rais Pohamba wa Namibia, Mnangagwa wa Zimbabwe. Kwa hiyo tuna watu wengi ambao lugha ya Kiswahili walijifunza, lakini imekuwa inawasaidia katika mambo mbalimbali.
Lugha ya Kiswahili ni moja kati ya lugha 7 kubwa inayozungumzwa na mamilioni ya watu duniani na kufundishwa kwenye vyuo kimataifa.
Lakini sehemu kubwa sana ya Kiswahili inafundishwa na inatumiwa na vyuo vikuu vya nje ya bara la Afrika. Ukiangalia kwa mfano upande wa Marekani, kuna vyuo zaidi ya 150 vinafundisha Kiswahili. China wanatumia Kiswahili katika vyuo vikuu vingi. Japani, Korea na sehemu mbalimbali, lakini sasa hivi pia kuna wanafunzi wa Kiswahili ambao wanatoka mpaka nchi za magharibi, Ghana na sehemu zingine. Kwa hiyo Kiswahili kimeweza kusambaa vizuri sana na kimekuwa na watumiaji muhimu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali.
Mbali na kuzungumzwa na watu wengi duniani, Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo inaunganisha watu kibiashara na kuongeza fursa ya upanuzi wa soko. Waziri wa Nchi wa Jinsia na Utamaduni, Mheshimiwa Peace Regis Mutuzo, anaelezea jinsi ambavyo serikali inapanga kutekeleza ufundishaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili katika shule za msingi na sekondari nchini.
Tukuwe na walimu wa kutosha. Ya pili, palikuwa watu wanaohofia sana kuacha, walikuwa wakihofia eti lugha zao hazitatumiwa. Na sasa hivi East Africa imeenea, niko ni kubwa sasa hivi kuliko hapo awali. Tumeunganishwa na Kongo, Rwanda na wengine, South Sudan na wengine watatunga mkono. Sasa tunajua kwamba Kiswahili si lugha ya wahuni, si lugha ya majeshi, si lugha ya wezi, ni lugha yetu na inapendeza sana.
Balozi Aziz Ponary Mlima anatoa maoni yake kuhusiana na swala hilo pia.
Kwa hiyo uamuzi wa baraza la mawaziri wa Uganda la kufundisha Kiswahili kuanzia shule za awali, shule za msingi na shule za sekondari utajenga sana misingi muhimu sana ya kuweza kufanya lugha ya Kiswahili ikawa inaeleweka na sehemu kubwa ya jamii. Na kimsingi ni lugha ambayo maamuzi haya yakitekelezwa haitachukua muda mrefu sana. Miaka 7 ijayo wanafunzi wote watakaokuwa wameanza shule ya msingi watakuwa wanajua Kiswahili. Na maana yake ndani ya miaka 10 mpaka 20 ijayo asilimia kubwa ya raia wa Uganda watakuwa wanaongea Kiswahili.
Walimu mbalimbali wameupokea vyema uamuzi wa serikali kuidhinisha somo la Kiswahili mashuleni.
Ni wakati mzuri ambapo maendeleo yote sasa duniani yanaendeshwa kwa mawasiliano, kwa lugha. Kwa hivyo lugha ya Kiswahili ni mojawapo ya lugha ambazo zinaweza zikaendesha maisha ya binadamu.
Wanafunzi mbalimbali nao wanalizungumzia swala hilo kama ifuatavyo.
Afrika Mashariki, sio wote kuja pamoja kuzungumza lugha moja ya furaha na kuambua kavile Kiswahili imetusaidia sana kwa kuzungumza na warafiki wetu wengine wa nchi zingine kama Tanzania, atakuja Uganda, mimi wa Uganda na mimi nizungumze naye.
Na nasikia furaha sana na tuna hafla hii. Imekuwa sijai kukuja hapa kwa na yangu. Nasikia niko nyumbani kabisa.
Lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha rasmi ya pili nchini baada ya Kiingereza. Maadhimisho ya lugha ya Kiswahili yatakuwa yakifanyika tarehe 7 Julai kila mwaka.
Na tunaendelea na habari zaidi. Hii ni UBC TV. Lugha ya Kiswahili inazidi kupanuka duniani kote. Mbali na kuzungumzwa na watu wengi Afrika, Kiswahili kinazungumzwa na kufundishwa pia kwenye vyuo vya nchini China. Wachina nao wanasifiwa kwa juhudi zao za kuikuza lugha ya Kiswahili.
Ya habari cha China. Mimi ni Mwezi, naipenda Tanzania.
Mimi ni Almasi, naipenda Taarab.
Mimi ni Tabasamu, napenda mandhari nzuri ya Serengeti.
Mimi ni Usafi, naipenda karafuu.
Mimi ni Mlima, napenda muziki wa Tanzania.
Mimi ni Nuru, naipenda Bongo Flava.
Mimi ni Utoto, napenda ushairi.
Mimi ni Afya, napenda tingatinga.
Napenda bahari. Mimi ni Juni, naupenda.
Tena wana hamu kubwa ya kujifunza Kiswahili. Mwaka huo huo, Umoja wa Afrika umepitisha Kiswahili kuwa lugha rasmi ya kikazi ndani ya umoja huo. Zaidi ya hayo, Kiswahili pia ni lugha rasmi katika Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki na Jumuiya ya Maendeleo ya Kusini mwa Afrika. Kama tunavyoona, jitihada za nchi za Afrika za kuipigania lugha ya Kiswahili zimepata mafanikio makubwa. Hivyo, hongereni sana.
Na hivi sasa tupate mapumziko machache kutoka studio zetu.
I remember the lockdown, when the streets were empty and our lives disrupted, when businesses closed and our livelihoods hung in the balance. Hospitals were full. We lost loved ones, jobs, and hope. Our children couldn't study anymore. We cannot let this happen again. We should not go back. Get fully vaccinated against COVID-19 and join the millions of Ugandans who are already vaccinated.
World Cup in the desert, the first one in the Middle East, the first to be held at the end of the year. That's crazy. Get ready for spectacular moves, high-flying saves, unbelievable goals. Out of this world celebration.
Would you believe it? What a moment here!
All 64 matches live. That's over 5,000 action-packed minutes of the FIFA 2022 World Cup Qatar. Now that's crazy. Catch all the action only on SuperSport, your world of champions. On Gold TV. Love it.
Karibu tena na tunaangalia habari ya mwisho kwa leo. Baadhi ya mashule kwenye manispaa ya Entebbe yametoa maoni kuhusu uamuzi wa baraza la mawaziri wa kufundisha lugha ya Kiswahili katika shule za msingi na sekondari pia. Ikumbukwe kwamba hata kabla ya uamuzi huo kufanywa, kuna baadhi ya mashule ambayo tayari yalikuwa yameshaanza kukifundisha Kiswahili. Walimu wengi wanaunga mkono uamuzi huo na wanataka somo la Kiswahili liorodheshwe rasmi kwenye mtaala wa elimu.
Oluswahili tetunaba kuluyiga bulungi.
Walimu wengi nchini wanaunga mkono uamuzi huo na wanataka somo la Kiswahili liorodheshwe rasmi kwenye mtaala wa elimu. Shule ya Green Stars High School ni miongoni mwa shule ambazo zinaunga mkono uamuzi huo na kusema kwamba umefanyika kwa muda mwafaka.
Tunajifunza Kiswahili ili tuweze tukapata kazi serikalini na inatulipa mshahara mkubwa kuliko watu ambao wanakaa kwenye maofisi.
Ate namba yeyongedeko okuva ddala we twakiteekamu nnyo amaanyi, so abayizi abettanira okusoma Oluswahili bangi.
Hata hivyo, kwenye baadhi ya shule za msingi walimu wanahofia ni jinsi gani wataanza kufundisha lugha hiyo, kwani wanahitaji maandalizi zaidi kutokana na kwamba tangazo la kufundisha somo la Kiswahili limefanyika ghafla tu.
How will they understand? So according to me, the first thing the government should do is to train the teachers in that language, so that they can be able to.
Na kufikia hapo, mtazamaji wa UBC TV, huo ndo mwisho wa taarifa hii ya habari. Shukran sana kwa kutizama mwanzo hadi mwisho.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest party of 2022 is here! UBC West MP Kahona launches its Mbarara station on Goat Road in Mbarara City with your favorite entertainer, Echitimbulecha UBC West on 23rd July 2022 at Mbarara University Inn. People of Ankole, Kisoro, Kigezi, Toro, Bunyoro, Rwenzori and all parts of Uganda. Do not miss your cocktail of fun with UBC West presenters, listeners and supporters. Come, be part of the 2022 biggest party in the land with top artists, comedians, cultural dancers and ODs, women cyclists in the cycling competition, sports activities and many more from Western and Central Uganda at only 10,000 shillings. Don't miss the annual crowd puller of UBC West MP Kahona, and that is Etitimbure Reikuga. Proudly powered by Pepsi Cola, Delight Solar and UBC.
For sponsorship and partnership, call 0700-236-415 or 0782-265-827. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
On UBC, the program that helps you identify opportunities for investment, job creation, growing your entrepreneurial skills, wealth creation, and social transformation.
We have a product that is ready for schools, supermarkets.
Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Every week, we showcase opportunities for creating new products and enterprises.
I now harvest a lot of cocoa. When I harvest it, I sell. After selling, I put money in my project. I have two projects. One is for construction of my house. Two is for educating my children.
Excellence in innovation, the passion and drive to succeed, and the right mindset to grow your business. Lives transformed on UBC. Every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. Create wealth, transform livelihoods. Brought to you by Operation Wealth Creation.
Alpha without Omega. I am Africa.
Hail to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a land with the world's most beautiful, captivating features. Hills, mountains and valleys, the enigmatic animal species in the wild. A land where Africa is condensed into one small country with authentic endowment of nature and perfect safari. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, is without the crowds with abundant primates, wildlife and stunning scenery. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, takes you beyond the guidebooks, the known features, and gives you the insights unmatched. Keep it UBC TV, where we inspire Uganda with authentic beauty and nature of our motherland. Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Discover the fountain.
Buli munya-Uganda nayitinga amakuru marungi. UBC West eyina amakuru marungi kandi agali kwesigwa. Leero za program zaayo ziri omu Lunyakitara hamwe n'Olufumbira. UBC West eyina tekinologiya ey'omulembe eri kugibaasisa kuhika omu bicweka byona omu ihanga nangu n'aheeru y'eihanga. Tukwatire aha frequencies ezi: Kisoro 97.7 Fama, Kabale 93.7 Fama, Hoima 99.1 Fama, Kampala 105.7 Fama, Mbarara 97.4 Fama, Futpoto 98.8 Fama, Masindi 5 Fama. Kurikiriza UBC West ohurire embaganiza. UBC West empika huna.
On the journey of AGOA, one of the things that first happened was to train over 2,000 girls.
So there were many problems for investors at the time I joined Uganda Investment Authority, and our role was to identify them, go to government and say, you've got to change this.
In 1986, we had about 2,000 kilometers of what you would have called paved road, but in very sorry state.
I want to thank UBC that enables us to get these very important messages.
Showcasing where we were and how far we have come.
The Kalanga Infrastructure Services Limited, we signed an implementation agreement where we are running 2 ferries. We're generating and distributing power to the entire Bugala Island, supplying clean piped water.
Even Enterprise Uganda, we started with 5 people. Today we're all over the country. When you are approached by UBC,
every week,
please make time and offer us the benefit of knowing where you came from, what you are doing, where you are headed to, so that we can all appreciate that things can be done.
107.3 Kampala, 96.9 Jinja.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Ennaku z'omwezi ziri 7 omwezi tumugwa 7 omwaka 2022 njagala okwanirizaako ku UBC TV amawulire UBC leero yonna gy'osinzira okuba ng'otulaba okola ky'amaanyi nnyo ze Jethro Kasaiji ngenda kutuusaako ebyo ebibadde gy'otabadde amawulire nina mangi ddala nzikiriza ntandike bwe nti Pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akungubagidde abadde amyuka kyansala wa Muni University Professor Christine Dranzowa nga munnabyanjigiriza atakkiririza mu buli bw'enguzi era akowodde bannayuganda okumuyigirako olw'amaanyi g'abadde ataddemu mu kulwanirira obwenkanya eddembe ly'obuntu n'engeri gy'abadde akwasaganyaamu ebyenjigiriza. Museveni agamba omugenzi akoze kinene nnyo okutumbula Muni University n'okugyongera ettutumu nga kati yeesiimisa bangi mu bukiikakkono bw'eggwanga. Bino bibadde mu bubaka bw'atisse omumyuka we Major Retired Jessica Alupo bw'abadde yeetebye mu kusaba okukulembeddwamu Bishop wa Arua Sabino Ochan Odochi esangibwa mu disitulikiti ya Moyo.
Lord Bishop, I come here as a friend of Professor Christine Dranzowa and her entire family, but also a friend of the people of Madi and a friend of the people of West Nile. I have also come here, Lord Bishop, as a messenger of His Excellency the President. As you may all be aware, Professor Christine Dranzowa was a scientist. Lord Bishop, I do not want to draw the attention of this meeting to the other debate which they know about. But what I want to say about Professor Christine Dranzowa is that she demonstrated the fact that a girl child can also do sciences and excel in sciences. Therefore, she has shown and she was showing the girl child the way. And she was one of the few professors who attained that title of a professor at a relatively young age of 45 years. Again, showing the way that we can become professors at a young and a tender age and serve our people. To become a vice chancellor is not as easy as people may think. But Professor Christine Dranzowa went an extra mile and became a vice chancellor, and a vice chancellor with a clear track record. A vice chancellor who was extremely accountable. A vice chancellor who was passionate about her roles and responsibilities. You cannot measure the dedication, the professionalism, and the nationalism in which she served her country. I think many of us here have a leaf to borrow from her. That is a friend who I have come to pay tribute to.
Webumu Pulezidenti Museveni atenderezeddwa olw'okulafuba n'okutaasa obulamu bw'abadde kyansala wa ssettendekero wa Muni oluvannyuma lw'okuddusibwa mu ddwaliro ekkulu e Mulago gye buvuddeko. Omumyuka w'omukulembeze w'eggwanga Jessica Alupo agambye nti n'ebisale byonna eby'eddwaliro Pulezidenti Museveni yamaze dda okubisasula. Mu ngeri y'emu Alupo ategeeza nga Pulezidenti bw'awaddeyo obukadde bw'ensimbi 30 ziyambeko mu nteekateeka ez'okuziika omugenzi so nga ne muka omukulembeze w'eggwanga Janet Kataha Museveni awaddeyo obukadde 10.
Professor Dranzowa's demise and burial today leaves us with an important chapter in a fruitful journey of a woman who has left multiple prints on Uganda's education sector. All of us who have turned up today to bid her farewell and accord the highest level of respect to the greatness of this fallen hero are testimony. She played a big role in the establishment of Muni University and building it to its current status, where it is now the academic pride of the West Nile region. May the soul of Professor Christine Dranzowa rest in eternal peace. For God and my country.
Eyo nga tuvuddeyo gavumenti esabye obwakabaka bwa Buganda okwongera okugikwasizaako omutolo lweriko okulwanyisa mukenenya mu bantu naddala mu bitundu ebyokubizinga ng'eyita mu nteekateeka zaayo omuli emisinde n'emikolo emirala. Bino byogeddwa minisita w'ensonga z'obwa pulezidenti Mary Babalanda ku mukolo ogw'okufundikira kaweefube w'okusomesa abantu ku mukenenya e Kalangala okwategekeddwa aba Uganda AIDS Commission n'obwakabaka.
Kaweefube w'okusomesa abantu b'okukizinga e Kalangala ku mukenenya afundikiddwa n'omulanga buli muntu okusitukiramu okulaba ng'omwaka 2003 we gunaatuukira nga tufuma mufume. Minisita w'ensonga z'obwa pulezidenti Mary Babalanda asinzidde ku mukolo guno n'asaba obwakabaka obutasuula nnanga bwongere okukwatizaako gavumenti mu kulwanyisa mukenenya.
Obwakabaka bulina enteekateeka y'emipiira gy'amasaza. Omuzannyo guno guteekeddwa okukozesa okubunyisa enjiri y'okutangira mukenenya eri abaami awamu n'okwanganga ebizibu ebyolekera abakwatibwa mukenenya.
Minisita Babalanda wano era wasabidde abakulembeze b'ennono bonna mu ggwanga okulabira ku bwakabaka nabo bateekewo enkola y'okukendeeza mukenenya mu bantu.
Tuteekeddwa okulwanira awamu n'abakulembeze ab'ennono nga kabaka wa Buganda okumalawo mukenenya.
Katikkiro ategeezezza minisita nga bwe waliwo abasirikale ate nga si be balwanyisa envuba embi abataddewo omuziziko mu kulwanyisa mukenenya ku bizinga.
Omusajja omuvubi yavudde e Kachanga n'agenda ku mwalo gw'e Lutoboka nga yawulidde nti alina okugenda okwekebeza. Bwe baba bamubbyeko ebyennyanja n'okumukuba tasobola kugenda mu ddwaliro. Abeera alowooza byennyanja bye bamututteko. Abasirikale bavuddewo abo abatigomya abantu ku nnyanja. Omuganda agamba nti omukadde lwalaba ababe lwasinda empewo.
Ssenkulu wa Uganda AIDS Commission agamba nti kasookedde obwakabaka buvaayo mu lutalo lw'okulwanyisa mukenenya. Alipoota envannyuma eraze nga mukenenya bwakendedde e Kalangala.
Okumanya kw'abantu kye tuyita mu Luzungu comprehensive knowledge ku bulwadde bwa mukenenya kyeyongedde mu kino ekitundu because of the efforts of His Majesty the King.
Akiikiridde ekitongole kya UNAIDS yennyamidde olw'omuwendo gw'abantu abangi abalina akawuka naye nga tebali ku ddagala n'ategeeza nga bwe kukyali okusoomooza okw'amaanyi.
This district has 8,938 people living with HIV, and out of this only 83% are on ART. And we need to do more to ensure that we achieve the targets for Kalangala.
Omu ku bawangadde n'akawuka kati emyaka 16 ategeezezza nti okusosolebwa n'okuboolebwa kye kikyasinze okutiisa abantu okugenda okwekebeza okumanya bwe bayimiridde.
Eky'abantu abakeberebwa ne basangibwa n'akawuka okuba nti okwetya n'okubasongamu ennwe mu bizinga byaffe eby'e Kalangala kikyali kisoomoozo nnyo eri abantu baffe.
Abamu ku bakulembeze okuli RDC n'omubaka omukyalo ow'ekitundu kino baloopedde minisita okusoomoozebwa okuli mu Kalangala.
Ebintu ebikozesebwa mu kukebera abantu baffe mu Kalangala bitono. Gavumenti byeweereza.
Tulina defilement cases ne rape. Abasajja abamu bakaka abakyala akaboozi.
Enteekateeka eno emaze ennaku ng'eyindira e Kalangala mubaddemu okukebera endwadde ez'enjawulo okujjanjaba n'okuzisomesaako. Nze Andrew Sebbira e Kalangala.
Otyo webale nnyo Andrew Sebbira emboozi yakugoba mukenenya mu bizinga by'e Kalangala. Tuvudde waawo abaka ba Parliament bakubaganya empawa ku nsonga ya gavumenti okufuula olulimi oluswayiri olw'obuwaze mu masomero ga primary ne secondary. Abamu bagamba kyalwawo dda so nga abalala bagamba nti kino kiyinza obutasoboka kubanga n'abasomesa abalina okusomesa olulimi luno batono ddala mu ggwanga.
Sabbiiti eno gavumenti yavaayo n'erangirira ng'oluswayiri bwe lufuuliddwa olw'obuwaze mu masomero ga primary ne secondary gonna mu ggwanga oluvannyuma lw'okuteesebwako mu lukiiko lwa baminisita nga bagamba eno y'emu ku nteekateeka ezigendereddwamu okwongera okumanyisa abantu obukulu obw'omukago gw'amawanga ag'obuvanjuba bwa Africa.
Ne UNEB ebenti etegeka ebibuuzo abaana nga babakola ebibuuzo bya PLE nerya UCE ku senior 4
Swahili ebeere subject emu abaana gye bateeka okukola mu bibuuzo. Tulowooza nti ey'ekkubo erimu ejja kusobozesa abaana baffe n'Abannayuganda okutegeera bulungi Oluswayiri.
Bwe twogeddeko n'ababaka ba Paalamenti ku nsonga eno bakubaganya empawa ng'abamu bagamba ensonga eno nkulu nnyo ate abalala nga bagiwakanya.
So kati Kiswahili teyandibadde mubi naye bamutandise nga at least abaana akuviira ddala wansi, not like ffe bino bye twagendanga okukola amasomero no choosing Kiswahili naye nga tomanyi ne Kiswahili kitegeeza ate Kiswahili lwe lulimi nze kunze luzibu.
Ebizibu bya East Africa bigoyinga beyond Swahili. Kenya eyogera Swahili ne Tanzania ebizibu byabwe babisolovinze. Uganda n'ensi endala Swahili mulungi okumusomesa. Swahili yeetaagibwa for communication. Swahili twamuteeka ne mu constitution teyazze jjo cabinet yakoze decision of making a compulsory land official. Yo yakoze bukozi but it is in the constitution. Meaning abedda baakiraba naye mu myaka gyonna okuva constitution lwe bagikola mu 95 paka kati Uganda nga government eteeseewo kyekireetera Swahili okubeera nga abantu bajagala.
Bangi ku bo bakiraba w'endowooza zaabwe ze balowooza nti ze zijja okulemesa enteekateeka eno okunnyikira mu Bannayuganda.
However, government needs to be very well prepared. It should sort out itself. You can't come out today and say we are not motivating the arts teachers, and the following morning you shoot yourselves in the foot to say we are introducing a compulsory subject which is not a SAS subject.
Government ebyokukeera obukezi netula mu cabinet nesalawo mu Swahili ebeere official si kyekikulu. Ewange Busoge Kamuli district gyenva eri abasomesa bameka bagenda okusomesa Swahili eri amasomero agasoba 10 naye mulimu abasomesa bameka banasomesa Swahili. Nebwebeera mu other areas si Busoga yoka. So Uganda nga government esooka eteekewo amasomero gasomesa Swahili esomesa abantu Swahili.
Naye wadde Oluswahili lulungi nnyo Oluzungu nze ndowooza lusingako. So national language yaffe esigale nga eri mu Luzungu naye bayigirize abaana Oluswahili mu primary secondary ne university.
Oluswahili ng'oggyeko ensi ezirukozesa ng'olulimi okuli Kenya, Tanzania n'abalala lwatandika n'okusomesebwa mu universities ez'ebweru omuli Harvard, China nga ne mu ggwanga erya Amerika waliyo universities eziwerera ddala 100 ezilusomesa. Shamim Naiga ne Gloria Gwitabinje, Parliament.
Ate bo abakulira amasomero Entebbe basanyukidde okusalawo okwakoleddwa cabinet okufuula olulimi Oluswahili olw'obuwaze mu masomero ga primary ne senior. Kitegeerekese nti agamu ku masomero ga senior Entebbe gaatandika dde okusomesa olulimi luno so nga n'abasomesa ba primary bakkiriziganya n'ekyasaliddwa wabula bagamba nti gavumenti erina okusooka okubatendeka nga tebannasomesa bayizi.
Naye ffe mu Uganda Oluswahili tetunaba kuluyiga bulungi.
Ng'asinziira mu lukuŋŋaana lw'abannamawulire ku ssengejjero lya gavumenti ery'amawulire mu Kampala, minisita w'ebyamawulire n'okulungamya eggwanga Dr. Chris Baryomunsi yategeezezza eggwanga nga kabineti bwe yasazeewo okufuula Oluswahili olw'obuwaze mu masomero ga primary ne secondary.
Nti Swahili ebeere compulsory nti buli ssomero lyonna erya primary ne secondary lisomesa Oluswahili ate ne UNEB ebe nti etegeka ebibuuzo abaana nga bakola ebibuuzo bya PLE nerya UCE senior 4.
Kino kye kimpaliriza okutuukako mu masomero ag'enjawulo mu bitundu by'Entebbe okufuna endowooza ezitali zimu ku kyasaliddwawo. Green Stars High School Entebbe lyerimu ku masomero g'ensanze nga gaatandika dde okusomesa Oluswahili ne basanyukira ekyasaliddwawo.
Tunajifunza Kiswahili ili tuweze tukapata kazi serikalini na inatulipa mshahara mkubwa kuliko watu ambao wanakaa kwenye maofisi.
Catherine William Musando ono muyizi wa senior ya 2 wabula nga y'omu ku bayizi abasanyukidde eky'Oluswahili okufuulibwa olw'obuwaze era nga kati yeesunga kutuula bibuuzo.
So if you know Kiswahili, you can get a good job to be translated in government and you can get more money more than a person who always sits in the office.
Okusinziira ku Mutagenda Musa nga yamyuka omukulu w'essomero lino, buli muyizi ajja mu ssomero lino kimukakatako okutwala Oluswahili okutuuka mu siniya ey'okuna.
Bulijjo ng'essomero twali tutuuza ebigezo mu kiraasi zino eya senior 4 n'ey'omukaaga. Naye kati ennamba yeeyongeddeko okuviira ddala we twakiteekamu nnyo amaanyi. So abayizi abettanira okusoma Oluswahili bangi.
Wona agamba gavumenti ebadde yalwawo nadde okulufuula olw'obuwaze mu masomero kisobozesa abayizi okuvuganya akatale k'ensi yonna.
Nti Oluswayiri luno ng'oggyeko okuba nti luli lusomesebwa ng'ennimi endala naye mu East Africa nga region waliwo ensi ezitamanyi nnyo Oluzungu naye ng'Oluswayiri lukolawo. So kino twakirengererawo ng'omwana wa Green Stars ne tusobola okuvaayo ng'essomero tukikolerewo era nsaba gavumenti ekiteekemu nnyo amaanyi.
Mu mbeera y'emu n'abasomesa ba pulayimale bakkiriziganya n'ekyasaliddwawo wabula nti okusoomooza okukyaliwo kyekyokuba nti abasomesa abagenda okulusomesa tebaliiwo.
Now, how will a person who does not understand Kiswahili teach the children? How will they understand? So according to me, the first thing the government should do is to train the teachers in that language so that they can be able to teach the children.
Wadde ng'ekyokufuula olulimi Oluswayiri mu masomero omuli aga pulayimale ne secondary kyandirabika ng'ekiyinza okubeera ekizibu mu masomero agamu gamba nga bakinyinyitiza mu baana n'okubagezaako okubaagazisa olulimi luno wabula amasomero agasinga obungi mu bitundu by'Entebbe oyinza okulowooza nti enteekateeka eno gaali gagyetegekera dda ng'agamu ku ge tutuuseeko mwana wattu tusanze abaana basomera ddala Oluswayiri kale nga beesunga n'okutuula ebibuuzo ng'abasomesa bagamba okunyikiza olulimi luno saako n'okuseetinga ebibuuzo kujja kuba kulya mu ngubu teesokoola. Nze Sula Kagugube wana Entebbe.
Minisita omubeezi ow'abavubuka Sarah Nyirabashisi Mateke akalaatidde abazadde okwettanira okutwala abaana ku masomero kisobozese okukuza omugigi gw'abakulembeze abayivu gye bujja mu maaso. Minisita Mateke okwogera bino abadde aggulawo essomero lya Gavin Junior School erisangibwa e Nalumunye mu disitulikiti y'e Wakiso.
N'ekigendererwa eky'okutumbula ebyenjigiriza mu ggwanga, amasomero mangi ag'obwannannyini gabaluseewo okusobola okugunjula abaana mu misomo mu nneeyisa ne mu nzikiriza kisobozese okukendeeza ku mivuyo egyetobese mu baana ensangi zino gamba ng'okufumbirwa n'okuzaala nga tebanneetuuka, obubbi n'ensonga endala. Mu kino minisita omubeezi w'abavubuka Sarah Mateke agguddewo essomero eriri ku musingi gw'Obukristu era Gavin Junior School erisangibwa e Nalumunye mu disitulikiti y'e Wakiso. Minisita Mateke akalaatidde abazadde okwettanira okutwala abaana mu masomero okulaba ng'eggwanga ery'enkya lifuna abakulembeze abayivu.
Singa temwasoma singa temulina zino machines. So that's why tusaba abantu okukola ki okubeera mu masomero. And of course twagala kusiima bano aba private sector kuba government erina byetaddeko naye tubeera ne private public partnership nga bano aba Gravin okujja nabo ne bongerako mu kusomesa abaana.
Stephen Mwasanje, Town Clerk wa Kyengera Town Council, asinzidde wano n'ennyamira olw'enguudo embi mu kitundu kino zagamba nti zandibanga zimu kuziviiriddeko okuzingamya kw'enkulaakulana y'omuggundu.
Ssente ezijja muddala mu kukola enguudo zikyali ntono nnyo ng'ate obwetaavu bunene nga tetwagala kukola ku nguudo eza koolaasi naye tetulina kufuna ssente zisobola kukola nguudo za koolaasi. Naye tusubira gavumenti bw'enna beeyongeddemu amaanyi tujja kusobola okufuna enguudo za koolaasi era abantu baffe basobole okweyagalira mu mbeera gye batambuliramu.
Amyuka akulira essomero lino Mariam Egesa asuubizza ebyenjigiriza ebiri ku mutindo eri abayizi wabula n'asaba gavumenti ekendeeze ku misolo egiteekebwa ku masomero g'obwannannyini.
Emisolo gye batuggyako gitwafekitinga nnyo. Gavumenti yandibadde etukwatirako ku ebyo ku misolo egyo n'ekirala nga gavumenti etukwatirako mu kukola some roads.
Omukolo gwetabiddwako bannaddiini ab'enjawulo nga bano basabye abazadde n'ab'amasomero okukuliza abaana mu ddiini anti okutya Mukama amagezi mwe gasookera.
Kubanga abasomesa tebamala n'ebiseera ebisinga abazadde bakitwala nti abasomesa tebalina okukola omulimu ogwo naye tulina kutambuliza wamu abazadde awamu n'abasomesa naffe abakulembeze.
Nze Natongo Rebecca akusakidde bino.
UBC leero ekyagenda mu maaso. Abakulembeze mu disitulikiti y'e Nakaseke bavudde mu mbeera olwa kontrakita yaweebwa okukola enguudo z'omu bitundu ebyo ze bagamba nti zikoleddwa gadde bengalye ate ne zitamalirizibwa mu biseera ebyalagaanibwa. Bano badde bakulembeddwamu omubaka omukyala owa disitulikiti Nakaseke Sarah Najjuma era nga bawadde kontrakita owa Best Way Contractors wiiki 8 okutereeza omulimu guno.
Enguudo ez'omu byalo ezigatta ku nnene za mugaso nnyo bwe kituuka ku nkulaakulana ey'abantu n'eggwanga lyonna okutwalira awamu mu byenfuna. Kino kye kiwaliriza gavumenti okuweereza ensimbi okuyita mu minisitule y'enguudo n'entambula ku disitulikiti mu ggwanga okukola enguudo n'ebyuma gavumenti bye yaziwa. wabula wadde guno guli gutyo bakontrakita baweebwa omulimu gw'okukola enguudo zino ebiseera ebimu bazikola gadibengalye ate ne zitaggweera mu budde bw'obwalaganibwa. Bino bye biviiriddeko abakulembeze okuva mu mbeera era ne banenya bakontrakita obutakola bulungi nguudo eza gavumenti zeba esaasaanyizaamu ensimbi nnyingi ate ne zitaggweera mu budde. Mu disitulikiti y'e Nakaseke abakulembeze bavudde mu mbeera olwa kontrakita eyaweebwa omulimu gw'okukola enguudo mu disitulikiti eno okuzikola gadibengalye ne bamuwa wiiki 8 zokka okutereeza n'okumaliriza omulimu guno.
Field ng'enguudo teziriiyo ate bwe bagezaako okukola enguudo bazikola half naye batuwadde assurance tubaweyo weeks 6 tukomewo bajja kuba ebintu babitereezezza naye nga kyetusanze mu field kikwasa ennaku kubanga ebintu tebitambula nga bebinakola ki bebinakutambula. Ate nenyongera n'okwebaza gavumenti through Ministry of Works nti oluguudo oluva ekiwoko okudda e Kayunga bagenda kulukola ttama.
Bino abakulembeze nga bakulembeddwamu omubaka omukyala Sala Najjuma, omubaka wa Nakaseke North Enoka Nyongole ne RDC Captain Yahaya Kakooza bavumiridde bakontrakita olw'obutateeka mu nkola ebyakkanyizibwako nga baweebwa omulimu guno.
Wabaddewo okukyusa office, waliwo engineer omupya atukulute Dinoli. Kakati ebyo byonna bibadde ndowooza bireeseemu obutacoordinatinga bulungi naye ebyo byonna tubawadde weeks 8. Njagala okusaba abantu b'e Nakaseke nti enguudo ezo we ziyita abantu abo mukolagane nabo.
Ugandans no tozze kumanya ate oli eri okola ki ogana, so it's not really good. Tudde ku ground tukolera abantu kitwateekeddwa okukolerwa. Wabasuubiza oluguudo on condition nti sente zigenda kujja 100%. Wabasuubiza too many things on condition tiwali ali amanyi COVID ajja kujja. COVID hit us, government kyakolekitinga sente kaba ine okuzikola ki okuzikuŋŋaanya.
Bwe batyo bano basabye obutatunula butunuzi bwe wabaawo pulojekiti ebaweereddwa gavumenti ekolebwa bagirondoole bulungi ate ne batendereza gavumenti ya NRM olw'enkulaakulana ezirabwako mu kitundu kino. Ndi Salongo Kasibante mu disitulikiti ey'e Nakaseke.
Webale nnyo Salongo Kasibante. Ng'ebula ennaku mbale okutuuka ku lunaku olwa Idi ey'okusala ebisolo, abasiraamu bakubiriziddwa okweteekateeka obulungi era beewale okwenyigira mu bikolwa ebikontana n'enzikiriza basale ebisolo ebikkirizibwa mu ddiini. Bano era baweereddwa amagezi ku lunaku olw'okusala Idi eno okukeera ku muzikiti okusaala oluvannyuma balyoke basala ebisolo ng'eddiini bweragira.
Okusala Idi ey'okusala ebisolo ey'omwaka guno yakulwa 6 lwa wiiki eno wabula abayisiraamu basabiddwa okwewala ebikolwa ebikontana n'eddiini yaabwe mu kujaguza olunaku luno. Bano baweereddwa amagezi okukeera nawanca okusaala mu muzikiti gyonna mu ggwanga olwo balyoke basala ebisolo ng'eddiini bweragira ate basala ebyo ebikkirizibwa. Bino akulira ddaawa mu ttwale ly'Ekira municipality disitulikiti y'e Wakiso Sheikh Umar Jamiru Sekalembe abyogeredde mu lukiiko lwa bannamawulire mu muzikiti gwa Masigidi Nasibu e Bweyogerere. Sheikh Sekalembe akuutidde abasiraamu okwewala ebifo nga disco n'ebirala n'asaba abazadde okutwala abaana ku lunaku olwa Idi mu bifo nga zoo ate bambale mu nnyambala etekontana na busiraamu.
Naye ate essanyu lyaffe lireme kubeera nga lusukka ensalosalo z'obusiraamu. Enjaguza tulina nnyingi naye mbeewa z'okubeera nga mugenda mu bintu bijja okubeera nga bitula olunaku lwammwe. Nawe kityo bwe tunaamala okusaala tusala ddi? Tusala ebisolo ebyo nga tumaze okusaala. Tetukola ensobi ne tujja mu Idi nga ate tumaze okusaala. Tulina kubeera nga okusala tusala tumaze kubeera nga tusaala Idi. Nawe kityo bwe tunaamaliriza okusaala abantu baddeyo babeere nga basala. Anabatasobodde okusala ku lunaku lwa Idi lwennyini olw'omukaaga tukyalinayo olunaku olw'Esande ne tubeera n'olunaku olw'Emmande n'olunaku olw'okubiri. Nabwe kityo mbakubiriza abaddu ba Allah bwe tunayingira olunaku olw'okutaano olunaku lutugambye olwa Arafa.
Omukulu w'ettwale Ekira municipality Sheikh Dawuda Wasajja ne ssentebe w'ettwale lino Sheikh Abdul Rahman Bogezi basabye abasiraamu oluvannyuma okuyaayanira obumu mu nzikiriza yaabwe n'okugoberera obulombolombo obw'okusala ebisolo ate bagabire n'abalala.
Alayhi wasallama yatugamba oba osaze ennyama eyo gy'osaze giteekulemu emiteeko 3. Omuteeko ogugwo gwe ng'asaze gwona ogenda okulyako n'abantu bo. Omuteeko ogwokubiri obeere ng'ogabira mikwano gyo obuteeko ogwokusatu ogabire ku baavu abanaku abateesobola mwavu ne wabasimusira mwakanyamalyeko temusosola abantu ba Allah bonna bonna ne wabasimusira muwennyama akoleki alye mbagaliza Eid ennungi.
Omwogezi w'ettwaliro ekira municipality Abdulkarim Waswa akubiriza abasiraamu ddala abakulira emizikiti mu kaweefube ow'okulwanyisa ekibbattaka okukozesa ettaka ly'emizikiti gino bakolereko pulojekiti ez'ebyenkulaakulana. Ndi Salongo Kasibante mu munisipaali ey'Ekira.
Ate mu mawulire amalala n'ekigendererwa eky'okulungamya okunoonyereza ku ndwadde esitalizimu n'okutuusa obuweereza bw'omugundu eri Bannayuganda, eddwaliro erikola okunoonyereza erya Joint Clinical Research Center likoze endagaano ne ssettendekero wa Schulich School of Medication and Dentistry. Mu ndagaano eno bannassaayansi, abayizi, abasawo wamu n'abanoonyereza bakubangulwa ku bintu ebitali bimu okuggumiza obuyigirize ku kunoonyereza ku ndwadde ezitalizimu.
Eddwaliro lya Joint Clinical Research Center ne ssettendekero wa Schulich School of Medication and Dentistry okuva mu ggwanga lya Canada egendereddwamu okugatta abanoonyereza bannayuganda n'ab'eggwanga lya Canada okusobola okunoonyereza ku ndwadde ezitalizimu. Professor Charles Ibingira akulira akakiiko akafuga eddwaliro lya Joint Clinical Research Center agamba kino kyakusobozesa abanoonyereza okuguka mu kunoonyereza okutali kumu wamu n'okufuna obujjanjabi ku ndwadde ezitawaanya bannayuganda.
Si HIV yokka etawaanya Abannayuganda, naye waliwo endwadde endala nga TB, waliwo endwadde endala nga sickle cell. Mukimanyi nti sickle cell terina ddagala, waliwo eddagala naye terigiwonyeza ddala. Naye ffe kati wano kulaba nti tuteekawo eddagala erinaawonya sickle cell.
Professor Ibingira ategeezezza nti eddwaliro lino essira baakuliteeka ku kunoonyereza ku kirwadde kya mukenenya okusobola okulaba nga kirinnyibwa ku nfette. Mu mwaka gwa 2003
tuli ku research nga tukolagana na mikwano gyaffe abo era tutandise ku bintu ebinaatuyamba ku HIV nga gene therapy. Tulowooza nti tusobola kugikozesa kukola ki lwanyisa HIV kubanga tulaba obutafaali bw'omuntu ne tumanya HIV ekola bwekiti ne bwekiti.
Ate ye Professor Art Eric wamu ne Dr. John Yo akwira abayizi ku ssettendekero lino bakakafu nti endagaano eno yakuganyula mawanga gombi liri mu kunoonyereza.
We come here to educate, we come here to do research and science that's mutually beneficial. The need to enhance training and education and enhance medical care and clinical care in Uganda.
In Western University, we decided to formalize that relationship in order for us to develop stronger, broader and deeper relationships with all aspects.
Sisa kityo Muturuuza nankulu w'eddwaliro lya Joint Clinical Research Center agamba nti endagaano eno egendereddwa mu kuteekawo nkolagana mu kunoonyereza ku ndwadde ez'enjawulo era mukakafu nti yakuvaamu ebibala.
Naye kaakati tukoze entegeeragana gye tutadde ku mpapula gye tusayinize nga tukolagana mu bintu by'okusomesa abasawo oba abasayansi abava e Canada ne bajja ne bakola n'abasawo baffe wano era ffe okubeeyungako n'okukola nabo. Ekisooka kijja kutuyamba okugaziya ku mirimu gye tukola nga CRC wabweru wa HIV.
Nze Namamonde Deborah wana Entebbe.
Webale nnyo Deborah Namamonde UBC leero ekyagenda mu maaso nina amawulire mangi enda kumula mu katono nnyo nkomawo n'amalala toseguka.
Sanyuse nnyo essanyu lijula kunzita. MTN momo terimba nalindi waka ngenda okuwulira essimu ezze nenga neera bino bye bya bulijjo ebyekifere kubanga mbeera awo omuntu n'ofuna essimu n'ogenda okuwulira oli atandise empaayo $5,000 kakati kino MTN bwe yankubidde bo tebansabye ku ssente wedda banzikakkanya na bukkakkanya nze nga ntabuse ngamba mubuli baffere nze nandi wano pulesa zaagala kunkuba bukubu sinneebaka ku tulo ate ke mumpadde emmotoka mubyonoonye kati ate awo wiiki ndala MTN yeebale nnyo okutufaako ffe ng'abeebulemeezi Luweero twabalina waaka MTN.
Waka with MTN Momo Nyabo. Simply deposit 20K or more on your mobile money for a chance to win 3 Toyota Succeeds and money to 2,000 lucky winners every week. We're giving away 24 cars and over 2 billion shillings of mobile money.
A World Cup in the desert? The first one in the Middle East. The first to be held at the end of the year? That's crazy. Get ready for spectacular moves, high-flying saves, unbelievable goals. Out of this world celebration.
Would you believe it? What a moment here!
All 64 matches live. That's over 5,000 action-packed minutes of the FIFA 2022 World Cup Qatar. Now that's crazy. Catch all the action only on SuperSport, your world of champions. On Gold TV, love it.
Water gives life. Water is life. But not all water is created equal. Refresh yourself with the new quality Nirvana packaged drinking water and fuel you and your passion to go further in life.
Visit a shop near you and grab a 250 ml at 500 shillings, 500 ml at 1,000 shillings, 1.5 liters at 2,000 shillings, or the 20-liter jumbo bottle at 19,000 shillings. Nirvana is a product of Crown Beverages Limited, the makers of Pepsi products.
Meet Professor Petero. He knows something every hustler in UG is gonna love.
Oh, see. You see, I was just trying to get the documents to register for Airtel Money.
You don't need the documents. You just set it for register.
What's going on here?
He sells things from the shop, and behind my back, he gets the money and gives it to his girlfriends.
But just get Airtel Money Pay so that all money comes direct to your business wallet and only you, the owner, have access to it. Just dial *185 *10 hash and now you are on. No waiting. Huh? This insanity is sweet. Give them also.
I only take Airtel Money Pay. It's easy and secure.
Yes, become a safer and more efficient cash-free business today. Easy. Not mixing your business money with your Kameza money. No, that's efficient. Airtel Money. Instant, secure, borderless.
Do you need data collection services, data analysis and reporting, monitoring and evaluation systems? Then contact Mold Technologies, a professional research firm that has provided many organizations with timely research solutions for over 15 years. For more information, visit www.nt.co.ug or call us on 0704 913 399 or 0782 602.
Enjoy more GBs for the same price on Airtel. Shareable using 2 Gabonais. We have increased GBs across all your favorite packs. Now, 4 GB is at 10,000 shillings and 10.5 GB at 22,500 shillings, all valid for a week. For the heavy data users, enjoy 24 GB at 50,000 shillings and 50 GB at 100,000 shillings, all valid for a month. Dial *175 hash or use the My Airtel app to buy these and more affordable weekly and monthly data bundles on Airtel, the smartphone network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest party of 2022 is here! UBC West MP Kahona launches its Mbarara station on Goat Road in Mbarara City with your favorite entertainer, Echitimbulecha UBC West on 23rd July 2022 at Mbarara University Inn. People of Ankole, Chisoro, Kigezi, Horo, Bunyoro, Rwenzori, and all parts of Uganda. Do not miss your cocktail fun with UBC West presenters, listeners, and supporters. Come be part of the 2022 biggest party in the land with top artists, comedians, cultural dancers and ODs, women cyclists in the cycling competition, sports activities, and many more from Western and Central Uganda at only 10,000 shillings. Don't miss the annual crowd puller of UBC West MP Kahona, and that is Echitimbure Reikuga. Proudly powered by Pepsi Cola, Delight Solar, and UBC.
For sponsorship and partnership, call 0700-236-415 or 0782-265-827. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
The Tales of Kasozi, brought to you by Uganda Communications Commission.
Hello, this is Kasozi. How can I help you?
Congratulations. Oh, one good day.
Good day? But I haven't entered any competition.
Owadechi, since you use your phone every day, we have randomly selected you as one of our loyal customers, and you have won a brand new pickup.
Hey, so how do I get this pickup?
The pickup is in Namave. All we have to do is quickly bring it to you. You know, we are delivering many of them. So, just send us 100k for fuel via mobile money and we'll bring it to you.
But Chief, I'm in no hurry to receive it. Namambe is just here. Keep it at your warehouse, give me directions, and I will get time to pick it up.
Vow Nawe. If you don't have money, just say.
Tonfera. Never send money to strangers. Winners of competitions are contacted through official channels and are never asked to pay for anything. Stay tuned for what Kasozi does next.
Tonfera. Refrain from unnecessary engagements with strangers over the phone.
This message is powered by UCC, MTN, Airtel, Bank of Uganda, and NPSP Association.
Njagala okwanirizaako nate mu kitundu ekyokubiri UBC leero ekyagenda maaso. Minisita omubeezi wa Kampala Kyofa Togabye Kabuye ng'akiikiridwa amyuka RDC Lubaga Anderson Bulola ategeezezza bannayuganda nti mu kaweefube minisitule y'emirimu n'entambula gw'eriko okutereeza omulimu gwa bodaboda oluvannyuma lw'okubawa ebbanga lya myezi 6 egyaweddeko nga lumu omwezi guno ekitongole kya KCCA kitandise okukwasa amateeka mu Kampala n'emiriraano. Bulola asabye abavuzi ba bodaboda n'abantu bonna okukolaganira awamu n'abakwatibwako ensonga.
Kituufu obumenyi bw'amateeka obukolebwa ku mapikipiki gano bungi okwetooloola eggwanga lyonna.
Ku ntandikwa y'omwaka guno minisitule y'emirimu n'ebyentambula yalangirira enkola empya esaanye okugobererwa okutereeza omulimu gwa bodaboda mu kibuga Kampala n'emiriraano. Mu bbanga lya myezi 6 buli muvuzi wa bodaboda yasaba okwewandiisa wamu n'okwetaba mu kutendekebwa okw'enjawulo ng'oluvannyuma lw'ebbanga eryabaweebwa okuggwako KCCA etandise okukwasa amateeka eri abo abatalina bisaanyizo okutandisa olunaku olwaleero.
Sinziira ku ebyo ebigenda okusangibwa waliwo abatalina stage olwaleero be bayita balubyanza nga bo tebalina stage. Tubawadde omukisa okujja mu bakulembeze ab'enjawulo basabe okuweebwa stage. Waliwo abaali balina stage nga bazivaako olw'okuba balubyanza bangi omuntu tayetaaga kujja ku stage wonna waayimiridde asobola okufuna piki nga stage bazaabandoninga. Twagala tuzeeyo ennono ya stage ng'omuntu asobola okujja n'afuna omuntu omutuufu oba n'alinnya piki entuufu esobola okumugjawo emujje naye omuntu ono ng'asobola okumanyika nga n'okulabika alabikwa buli omu.
Omumyuka wa RCC Anderson Bulola asabye abavuzi ba bodaboda bonna mu Kampala n'emiriraano okukakasa nti balina ebisaanyizo byonna ebyetaagibwa nga tebannajja ku luguudo.
N'olwekyo buli muvuzi wa bodaboda nga kimukakata okubanga afuna training eno oba okubangulwa mu mateeka ag'ebyenguudo n'empisa ku nguudo. Nabisobola okukoleka singa tukolaganira wamu ne bekikwatako nga be bavuzi ba bodaboda n'abakulembeze b'ebitundu okusingira ddala local councils.
Bulola agambye enkyukakyuka zino zaakujja n'ebisoomooza bingi, wabula asabye abantu bonna wamu ne bannabyabufuzi okubeera abagumiikiriza ku nteekateeka eno.
Twagala okusaba bannabyabufuzi kano baleme kafuula kadaala ak'ebyokwekuusaako naddala okulemesa oba okubaako engeri yonna gye beeyisaamu mu ngeri emu oba endala. N'olwekyo tusaba kino kibeere ekimu ku ebyo ebitugatta naddala nga tutereeza enkola y'emirimu boodabooda gye zivugibwamu n'engeri gye zikozesebwamu.
Kampeyini eno egendereddwamu okutereeza omulimu gwa boodabooda okwewala okufiirwa obulamu bw'abantu olw'obulagajjafu bw'aba boodabooda. Nze Andrew Sebbira ne Jane Nyiramugisha mu Kampala.
Basentebe b'amagombolola Town Council wamu ne munisipaali mu disitulikiti y'e Mukono baweereddwa pikipiki ekika kya Yamaha zibayambeko okuweereza abantu obulungi. Zino zigabiddwa abakulembeze okuva ku kitebe kya disitulikiti nga bakulembeddwamu ssentebe wa disitulikiti Reverend Peter Bakalwa Mukasa nga zibaweereddwa gavumenti wansi wa minisitule ya gavumenti ez'ebitundu. Nga buli emu emazeewo obukadde bw'ensimbi 24 n'ekitundu zeziweereddwa bassentebe mu disitulikiti y'e Mukono ekintu ekitanudde bassentebe olw'omuwendo omungi ogukozeseddwa okugula pikipiki zino kye bagamba nti waakiri bandi baguliddemu emmotoka mu buli gombolola.
Okukola sensitization mu buli ngeri yonna mu bitundu bye mukola ki bye mwalondebwamu, naye ate tekuliko restriction ne bw'oba otambulamu nga ssentebe okugendako gy'ogenda okujooga.
Bano bagamba nti okusinziira ku kusoomoozebwa kwe basiŋŋaana nga batuusa obuweereza mu bantu be bandibadde basookerwako okulowoozebwako okuweebwa obuyambi kubanga gwe mutima gwa gavumenti. Bagenze mu maaso ne beemulugunya ku musaala ogubaweebwa omutono ennyo ogw'emitwalo 36 nti baweebwa obusente butono ddala kyokka be basinga okukola ennyo nga ababaka ba palamenti abatalina kye bakola mu bitundu byabwe basiiba babongeza emisaala buli lukya.
Zira ku ky'okuwaayo emitwalo 10 ku mukolo gw'omuntu ojja kusanga abantu nga badde emitwalo 5 emitwalo ameka bamuvaliwenga kubanga twali badde nti batutambuza bubi naye nga batusasula bulungi. Batusasula miliyoni 10 si kyamaanyi. Otuuka awantu ng'osobola okuwaako emitwalo 32 bakuvaliwenga nti meeya waffe ayogedde.
Yes, ssentebe wa disitulikiti Reverend Peter Bakalwa Mukasa bw'abadde agaba pikipiki zino abasabye okubeera abakakkamu kubanga gavumenti erina enteekateeka yaabwe ey'okubafunira emmotoka. Ono abakuutidde okukozesa obulungi entambula ebaweereddwa nga baweereza abantu awatali kutebeka mu byabufuzi ssaako n'okutumbula wamu n'okulondoola enteekateeka za gavumenti.
That support is in the right direction of easing transport.
Maaso amagoba amangi ku nsimbi ezaawolebwa mu zibbanka obutamanya kujumbira
A World Cup in the desert, the first one in the Middle East, the first to be held at the end of the year. That's crazy. Get ready for spectacular moves, high-flying saves, unbelievable goals. Out of this world celebration.
Would you believe it? What a moment here!
All 64 matches live. That's over 5,000 action-packed minutes of the FIFA 2022 World Cup Qatar. Now that's crazy. Catch all the action only on SuperSport, your world of champions. On Gold TV. Love it.
nja kwetondera olw'embeera ebadde mu kaawo katono naye nga abakugu bagigonjodde. Tweyongeddeyo amagoba amangi ku nsimbi ezeewolebwa mu zi bank, obutamanya kujjumbira nkola ya tekinologiya w'omulembe wamu n'okukabasanyizibwa mu nsonga z'omukwano nga tebeeyagalidde bye bimu ku bizibu abakyala abenyigira mu mirimu gy'obusuubuzi ku nsalo z'amawanga ag'obuvanjuba bye basanga era nga kino basaba gavumenti ezikwatibwako ensonga okuzitunulamu.
Adengo mukago okugatta by'obusuubuzi mu mawanga 55 mu Africa ogwa Africa Continental Free Trade Area gwatongozebwa mu January 2021. Abasuubuzi mu mawanga gano ag'obuvanjuba bwa Africa tebannaba nnyo okwettanira akatale kano. Okusinziira kunoonyereza okwakoleddwa ekitongole ekirwanirira ekidembe ly'abakyala mu buvanjuba bwa Africa ekya Eastern African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the Advancement of Women EAC, abakyala abakakkalabya emirimu gyabwe nga basomoka ensalo z'amawanga amalala bakyalina obuzibu bw'amagoba amangi ku nsimbi ezeewolebwa, okumanya okutono ku tekinologiya ow'omulembe, okukabasanyizibwa mu by'omukwano nga kuno kwogasse n'ebbeeyi y'amafuta awamu n'ekirwadde kya COVID-19 ebyataataaganya ennyo emirimu gyabwe. Ebyavudde mu kunoonyereza kuno byanjiddwa eri bammemba ne bannamawulire mu Kabira Country Club Bukoto mu Kampala enkya ya leero.
Tetwesibiye wano waka mu East Africa naye nga tugenze ate mu mukago ogw'amawanga agatugatta ffenna mu Africa. Era nga tugezaako okulaba nti abakyala bano tubatumbula batya okubajja ku bakyala bano be tumanyi ng'abakyala ab'enfuna entono ne tubagaziya.
Ensi ezimu tezitaddemu nnyo mu mateeka gaabwe bintu ebikwata ku bakyala era ne banokolayo nti yo Rwanda ate tuliko mu maaso.
Okunoonyereza kwalaga nti ebyobusuubuzi ebitundu 60 ku 100 mu East Africa bikolebwa abalina obulimo n'obutonotono n'obukolero obutonotono era nga abakyala kuno balinako ebitundu ebisukka mu 3 ku 100. Abamu ku bakyala abenyigira mu mirimu egisukka ensalo mu mawanga ga East Africa boogedde ku mbeera eno. Omukago gwa Africa Continental
solo egitafaanana mu mawanga gaffe agali mu mukago gwa East Africa so n'amateeka obutakwatagana kyekiviiriddeko abantu abamu okutandika okukusa ebintu lwa nsonga
challenges zetusanze oba zetusuubira okusangayo like competitiveness oba okuvuganya mu butale tetusobola kuzirowooza bulowooza wabula tulina kuzisangayo.
Omukago gwa Africa Continental Free Trade Area gulimu amawanga 55 era nga gano gabalirirwamu ensimbi obuse bwa dola za Amerika busatu n'obuwumbi 4. Edward Colin Jiuko ebukoto wano mu Kampala.
Bannayuganda ddala ab'enzikiriza y'obusiraamu bakubiriziddwa nga bakyali mulamu obw'ensi eno okwenyigira mu bikolwa ebirungi ebiri bajjukirwako mu biseera bwe baliba bavudde mu bulamu bw'ensi eno. Bino bibadde mu kulomba edduwa ey'okusabira omugenzi Alhaji Nuhu Bumba eyali baweyali minisita y'ebyensimbi era omubaka wa disitulikiti y'e Nakaseke Saida Bumba.
Alina okusiimibwa n'okujjukirwa mu bulamu ne bw'aba ng'avudde mu bulamu bw'ensi eno. Bino bye bimu obwedda buli aweebwa omukisa okwogera ku dduwa ey'okusabira omugenzi Alhaji Nuhu Bumba eyali minisita ow'ebyensimbi era omubaka wa disitulikiti y'e Nakaseke Hajati Saida Bumba obwedda bye bakozesa okusiima omugenzi olw'ebyo bye yakola. Omukolo gwa dduwa eya Alhaji Nuhu Bumba eyafa kati nga gikunuukiriza okuwera emyaka 4 ogubadde mu maka g'omugenzi Alhaji Sebagala ekisaasi wano okumpi ne Kampala. Sheikh Sebulime Muhammad atenderezza Bumba olw'okubeera ekyokulabirako bwe yali ng'akyali mulamu mu nsonga ez'ebyenkulaakulana.
Kubanga Haji Bumba ekiseera ekyo Hajati Saida Bumba yali minisita wa finance. Haji Bumba namugamba tetukkiza busijja kukkiriza kubeera ng'okima amafuta mu kadomola olw'okubanga oli muntu mukulu mu nsi muno okuba ekifaananyi nga bakuba nti bawa minisita wa finance amafuta gaggwa mu mmotoka n'atwala akanona n'agola amafuta ag'ekendo kijja kuba kibi. Haji Bumba kiraga kiti ye teyatwala bitiibwa byali mu maka ge, teyatwala bitiibwa bye yalina yatawa obusobozi bw'alina na ssente zeyina kubeera nga wankiza eri abantu kyamutwala nti wa abantu nga wa bulijjo yasobola
bw'atyo Sheikh Sebulime ssentebe w'omuzikiti gw'e Kansanga kwe kusaba abakulembeze okulabira kwali Haji Bumba ate baagale eggwanga lyabwe n'enzikiriza yaabwe. Eyali minisita w'ebyensimbi era mukyala w'omugenzi Hajati Saida Bumba atenderezza mwami we olw'ebyo bye yakola mu bulamu ate nga teyali mu kifo kya bukulembeze kyonna mu Buyisiraamu.
Banange olunaku lulimu essanyu n'ennaku era nze awo tewebadde etandika nkyakalanyemu naye byegenze nzijudde okwebaza njagala okubeebaza mwena bonna babadde baffe mu bitirwa byammwe by'enjawulo.
Sheikh Ismail Mundu omu ku gyali mikwano gy'omugenzi asinzidde ku dduweeno n'avumirira obulyake n'obutaagaliza ekibba ttaka n'ebirala ebyeyongera mu ggwanga n'asaba abali mu nteekateeka za pulogulaamu za gavumenti okukozesa obulungi ensimbi zisobole okuganyulwa abantu.
Kuba omuntu bw'abanga alina ekyo akavanga kakajjeeyo nti ngenda kubakolera kintu kuli ne kabulira awo aba tali azamanyiza kyabo ekyalo kyonna kiba kifiiriddwa. Bameka abakoze n'agamba nti ndiwoza naye nga kikoze bali mu bantu.
Omukolo guno gwetabyeko ab'ebitiibwa bangi okuva mu gavumenti eya wakati n'ey'Emmengo okuli Sheikh Abdul Nur Lunanoba, Alhaji Latifu Sebagala, Alhaji Kaddu Kiberu n'abalala bangi. Ndisalo Kasibante ekisaasi wano kumpi ne Kampala.
Webale nnyo Ssaalongo Kasibante ng'amaliriza ag'obudde buno Minisitule y'abakozi efulumiza ekiwandiiko ekiraga nti minisita w'abakozi alagidde eggwanga lyonna nti ennaku z'omwezi nga 9 nga olunaku olw'omukaaga omwezi guno omwaka 2022 abasiraamu bagenda kuba basala Idi al-Dhuha era nga Idi eno emanyiddwa nnyo nga yakusala bisolo era nga kitegeerekese nti olunaku lujja kuba lwa kuwummula abangi kibamanyi nga public holiday okwetoloola eggwanga Uganda era nga ekiwandiiko kino kiteereddwako omukono omuwandiisi ow'enkalakkalira mu minisitule eno omukyala Catherine Bitarakwate Musingwire. Obubaka obwo njagadde nabwo buyiseewo okitegere bulungi. UBC leero amawulire bwenti bwengafundikidde webale nnyo okuba nga otambudde nange. Omupiira gujja ku ssaawa 2 wakati wa South Africa ne Burundi AFCON w'abakyala ate ku ssaawa 5 Botswana ejja kuba ezanya eggwanga erya Nigeria. Nze Jethro Kasaiji nkulekera Muhammad Kituusa akutuuseeko embeera y'obudde naye nga ntambudde ne Yusuf Senyumo ku ludda olw'obubonero. Sula bulungi.
Embeera y'obudde ya mukalwe mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebisinga obungi olw'ensonga nti omugongo gw'obuzito bw'empewo oguli eri ku kasongezo ka Ssemazinga Africa bukyagendeera n'okuwandula empewo enkalu okwolekera ensi yattu era nsonga lwaki ebitundu by'eggwanga ebisinga obungi omusana gwaka. Era bwetugezaako tulaba ateeko mbeera y'obudde mu biseera by'okumakya era tusobola omusana okwaka mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebisinga obungi. Wabula embeera obudde ejja kukyukamu katono okusinga ddala mu bitundu ebisangibwa eri ebukiikakkono ssaako n'eri mu Kalamojja ensonga ate ebitundu ebisinga obungi okuva mu masekkati ng'okivudde eri ebuggwanjuba yo omusana gujja kusigala gwaka nga bwe gukubakubamu. Wabula era bwetugezaako ne tulaba ate ku bbugumu suubira okuba ku diguli za 30 eri mu Kalamojja so nga ate ebuvanjuba okuba ku diguli 29 mu masekkati awo okuba wakati wa 28 okutuuka ku 29 awo Mubende songa ate Kabale 24 Kasese 32 bwe tugezaako ne tulaba ateeko mbeera y'obudde mu kibuga Nairobi embeera obudde okubeera ekiddedde ebuguma kuba ku degrees 21 songa ate New York olwandagirize ebuguma kuba ku degrees 29 ebibuga ebisinga obungi awo London, Dubai, Paris omusana okwaka tuyanza okubeerako naawe beera bulungi weraba.
At Timex Nutrition Center, we advise you on the right foods to eat, exercise profile to adopt, and lifestyle strategies which are compatible to your blood group and genotype. This empowers your body to prevent and treat many diseases like diabetes, blood pressure, arthritis, ulcers, obesity, and many others. For more information, find us at our head office in Kampala on Nassa Road, Conrad Plaza, 2nd floor, or call 0758 819 952 or 0778 288 361. We also have other branches in Bara and Jinja.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest party of 2022 is here! UBC West MP Kahona launches its Mbarara station on Goch Road in Mbarara City with your favorite entertainer, Echitimbulecha UBC West on 23rd July 2022 at Mbarara University Inn. People of Ankole, Chisoro, Kigezi, Toro, Bunyoro, Rwenzori, and all parts of Uganda. Do not miss your cocktail of fun with UBC West presenters, listeners, and supporters. Come, be part of the 2022 biggest party in the land with top artists, comedians, cultural dancers and ODs, women cyclists in the cycling competition, sports activities, and many more from Western and Central Uganda at only 10,000 shillings. Don't miss the annual crowd puller of UBC West MP Kahona, and that is Etitimbure Reikuga. Proudly powered by Pepsi Cola, Delight Solar, and UBC.
For sponsorship and partnership, call 0700-236-415 or 0782-265-827. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
The Tales of Kasozi, brought to you by Uganda Communications Commission.
Hello, this is Kasozi. How can I help you?
Congratulations. Oh, one good day.
Good day? But I haven't entered any competition.
Owadechi, since you use your phone every day, we have randomly selected you as one of our loyal customers, and you have won a brand new pickup.
Hey, so how do I get this pickup?
The pickup is in Namave. All we have to do is quickly bring it to you. You know, we are delivering many of them. So, just send us 100k for fuel via mobile money and we'll bring it to you.
But Chief, I'm in no hurry to receive it. Namambe is just here. Keep it at your warehouse, give me directions, and I will take time to pick it up.
Aonawe, if you don't have money, just say.
Tonfera, never send money to strangers. Winners of competitions are contacted through official channels and are never asked to pay for anything. Stay tuned for what Kasozi does next.
Tonfera, refrain from unnecessary engagements with strangers over the phone.
This message is powered by UCC, MTN, Airtel, Bank of Uganda, and NPSP Association.
A World Cup in the desert? The first one in the Middle East. The first to be held at the end of the year? That's crazy. Get ready for spectacular moves, high-flying saves, unbelievable goals, out of this world celebration.
Would you believe it? What a moment here!
All 64 matches live. That's over 5,000 action-packed minutes of the FIFA 2022 World Cup Qatar. Now that's crazy. Catch all the action only on SuperSport, your world of champions. On Gold TV. Love it.
Oh, Susan, I want to propose to Rose. Yes, and this time I am serious.
Have you guys had sex?
Duh, of course.
And have you had sex without using condoms?
Hey, nga you're curious.
I'm more concerned. Are you having sex with other people?
Hey, hello, is this an interview or what?
No, just things you should think about. Do you know Rose's HIV status?
Okay, this is serious. Should I be worried?
It is actually serious. Do you know your HIV status?
I think I am safe. Many times we get into situations that put us at risk of HIV. However, the first step to ending HIV is getting tested and knowing your results.
It's Time Up HIV. Call 0800-211-046 or text 8080 toll-free for more information about how to prevent HIV.
This message is brought to you by Ministry of Health with support from USAID.
The Tales of Kasozi, brought to you by Uganda Communications Commission.
Yes, hello? This is Kasozi. How can I help you?
Calling you from the mobile.
All right, there we go. Welcoming you again to today's match of football. It's the Republic of South Africa up against Burundi. It's a battle of South African football up against CECAFA football here. And of course, we shall be able to get everything there is to get here. Burundi putting on the red and white, and of course, the reverse is very true on the yellows, traditional colors for the South Africans in here. Ball up right now to Andile Dlamini.